And welcome to Annual Plan Long-Term Plan Committee 24/5. I'd like to declare the meeting open and welcome you all here. I'll start with our standard karakia. Whakatau mai te wairua, whakawatia mai te hinenaro, whakarite mai te tinana, kia e ai ngā mahi, ai. As I say, welcome to all present, councillors and staff. We have quite a number of staff in attendance, and I'm sure there'll be more during the course of the day. Do we have any apologies? I understand, yes, Rodney, I can see you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, but can you hear me? That's the question.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that.
So we have everybody here. I don't know, has heard anything from Laura? Councillor Ray? No, okay. Moving on then, we have no late items to consider. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest that anyone wishes to declare? Okay. We have no public excluded items. We have nobody here to speak in public forum. So we'll move through to the reports, and I'd like to invite John and Katie to introduce the report and provide an overview of how we've come to this point.
Good morning, elected members. So in terms of the agenda this morning, we're following the report recommendations. And they're structured in the key categories as set out on the slide and obviously in your report. So we'll begin this morning with formally receiving all of the feedback received. That from memory is 3 large submission packs for the long-term plan and a submission pack for the FinCo consultation. We'll then move on to consider the consultation documents 7 key proposals. So they are the issues and options papers relating to those. We will then consider further issues and options papers arising from community feedback. We'll then move on to the matters that were concurrently consulted on with the long-term plan, and then the consecutive consultation of the FinCo consultation. We will then consider internal submissions, then read budget proposals, and then the way in which you would like to respond to our submitters.
Okay, thank you, Katie. There are no questions of Katie in response to that before we move to the recommendations? All right, then, plan is to deal with those first 3 recommendations. So the first one and the second one, and then we'll take the third one separately. So is there someone happy to move recommendations 1 and 2? Councillor Murray Bench, thank you. Do we have a seconder? So I'll second it then. Nobody wishes to speak. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. All right, then recommendation 3, that we receive all the written and verbal feedback. Moved Councillor Granger. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wickers. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So we're going to take the rest of the recommendations in parts so that we can consider the individual components. And I'll be asking relevant staff to come forward as we require them. So the first item, we have Katie and Sarah. Did I see Sarah? Yeah. And so recommendation based on the advantage shown for the chosen option. So, Sarah.
We're happy to take the report as read and happy to answer any questions from elected members.
Okay, thank you, Katie. So are there any questions? Councillor Daly. Okay, all right. In that case, sorry. Councillor Joyce.
Yeah, I don't know if Peter's there. He and I had a quick exchange on Friday. I had a question regarding the operational budgets for the Te Puke and Karikari swimming pools, if and when they are turned into covered all year round pools. And I may have misread things, but as I understand it, the operational cost of a covered pool, or the additional operational cost of a covered pool, 25 metres in Karikari, is in the budget of 275k, which seems very light. Operating budget for the Te Puke pool, which should also be a 25-metre covered pool, is in the budget for $1 million a year, which seems quite heavy. So bearing in mind the levels of service suggest that we're going to end up with 3 of these things. Really wondering how we can reconcile that, please, because the numbers seem to be very different for what is effectively the additional operating cost for existing pools, putting aside obviously the very different capital cost of those projects.
Okay, I'm going to ask those online, is Mr. Watson available?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll come back to you on that one, but I understand we have completed a 17A on the operational service. So the biggest trigger for both pools is that it's going from sort of a trust, mum and dad type of operation to engaging with a commercial operator to maintain the asset. And then also with the increased numbers and what we're expecting in terms of developing these assets. So it's more lifeguards, more coming through, but I think I'll come back to Rodney on that one in terms of specifically why there's the difference between the two.
Yeah, thank you.
But I think, I think specifically though, Rodney, correct me if I'm wrong, you were talking about the wide disparity between the costings for Karikari and Te Puke, is that?
OPEX, yeah, OPEX of a covered pool
Yeah.
seems to vary
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
just over $250,000 at one end of the district to more than $1 million at the other end. It just didn't seem quite right.
Yeah, okay. So I understand Peter's online now, is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I've got an email about to come out about that query from Councillor Joyce.
Yep, okay. Thank you for that. So next was the Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions from me. Option E and, F is, I think it ought to be a bit more explicit about we're going to flatline a couple of organisations, and it also contradicts the recommended option on page 108 of the full pack. So I just want to make sure we align those and make it clear what we're actually doing rather than just reduce the budget, which is perhaps not very explicit for people looking at this.
Okay.
And I would also add, subject to what Peter's coming back with on the swimming pool, D and E are more about aligning OPEX with the CAPEX and what happens with those pools, rather than just reducing the operational spend.
Okay. Do we have any further response to that before I go to the next question?
Yeah, sure. We can add more specifics around that, definitely.
Okay, so Councillor Henry, yes. Thank you, Councillor Henry.
My question is, I'm just wondering whether maybe it should have been Karikari pool in there. There seems to be two lines in the what we're planning to do that went out for consultation, that is for the Te Puke pool. One begins in 2026 and goes to 2029, and the other one begins in 2028 and goes to the end of this term.
So the first project that you mentioned, Anne, was to do with the capital part of the Te Puke pool, and the second line will be for the operational spend. That is something that we discussed that we will review in terms of making sure that that's right through. Yeah.
So which one is which? Because it's not marked as that.
So the one that begins in 2028 will be the operational service delivery project, and the one from 2026 to 2029 will be the capital project for the pool.
So that's 326160.
I can have a look at that and come back to you.
Well,
Thank you.
That's the one that starts first. They're all very high numbers.
I'll just pause a minute while they look that up because it might get confusing if I go on with other questions.
So 326106 is the capital project. And 326108 is the operational service delivery project for that pool.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. Just following up, I actually thought I was under the understanding initially, but Rodney, Councillor Joyce has not come back about it, so I presume it's correct as it is. I thought we were looking at flatlining all the contracts when we talked about this.
There was some specific ones mentioned as my recollection. Are you able to run us through those, Katie?
Yeah, sure. So through you, Mr. Chair, the contracts we were discussing were Priority 1 and Tourism Bay Planning only.
Okay. Councillor Daly, were you looking for a question before or not? I'm trying to remember the... No. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Joyce, back to you.
Just on that query from Alan, when that came up the other day, it was, I think John Holyoake, the CEO, told us that those contracts were the only ones not yet finalised, so they're the only ones we could touch immediately, and that the others, because of the delay to the long-term plan till end of Q3, had already been committed to for this year. So that's why only those two were included.
Thank you. Councillor.
Yeah, and when the time comes, I'm happy to move option 2 if that's okay to presage that.
Councillor Murray Bench.
The flat lining was one that I didn't quite answer, accept the answer to that we got. But my other question is, as I was going through the submissions again last night, the one of staffing and the increased costs of that over the term is really so significant. At which stage do we debate that, Mr. Chairman?
Well, we've pretty much set the budgets. I'm trying to remember where we will. Can I have some advice on where we might talk about that? Where does that come up?
What was the question?
My understanding of what was agreed was that we were leaving the staff costs as they are, and that it had been requested that I do a review alongside the Three Waters changes in terms of the residual function and resourcing requirements of the council once that change happens.
Just as well, someone has a better memory than me, because that's exactly what I recall now. I'm reminded. So thank you for that, Mr. Holyoake.
So you're taking into account the extra staff that would have been required or will be required should the Three Waters, well, we know they're coming back to us. So it's just that the staff over a period of time is costing $70 million, and so extra over the period of the long-term plan. And it just seems to be really quite exorbitant. If we're flatlining projects, then that flatlining should apply to staff as well, should it not?
I think that there's more consideration that is needed before we flatline, and that is once Three Waters moves, if it moves, is our resource right-sized for the organisation and the functions that we're doing. We will do that process, and then we can also, as part of that process, understand whether we require some sort of flatlining going forward.
So you're saying that at the moment there's some degree of uncertainty, and so we're putting in the significant amount of money just in case, and just in case.
Could I make a comment? Just because it's in the budget doesn't mean we have to spend it. We do have to have provision, and I think this business, just like every other, has to consider as we move forward what those requirements are, and we can't predict exactly at this point in time what they will be over the 10 years. And we did agree, as we've just been reminded, that it was not really appropriate to have a major review and potentially have significant changes in the structure of council and then have to have another major review.
So the actual increase in personal costs over the last 6 years has been $14 million. That's not insignificant.
I agree. It's not insignificant, but yeah, that's where we came to. Thank you. Councillor Sol.
Sir, on this one again, and I appreciate the situation we're in, and I do remember that comment being there, so that's quite fair. It's just a point that we do have to budget it, I guess, forward, but unfortunately, because we do that, we also charge for it. And that's the little bit that worries me when people start relating these sorts of things also to businesses where they don't have a captured audience that has to pay regardless. And then they perhaps have to move far more quickly on their feet or find ways. We're part of a victim, I guess, of the circumstances that we operate in. And I guess we've just got to wear some of that.
And while I agree with your point to some degree, just remember that what's budgeted for 2, 3, 4, 10 years out we don't actually charge for until we confirm those budgets as we move forward. So there is a process to get there. And hopefully we can pull some of that back as things unfold. Right. Council.
Just one other thing while I'm thinking about the climate change. If we had the functions of the regional council, then yes, climate change would be our responsibility. But we've got a lot of money.
Point of order, I think that comes under a different.
Sorry?
I think that comes under a different item later on, Councillor Murray-Bench.
Oh, thank you. It won't get forgotten.
Okay, thank you. So I think we've exhausted the questions now. So do we have someone? Oh, Councillor Joyce, did I hear you correctly? You wanted to move?
Yes, please, option 2.
Okay, so Councillor Thwaites has seconded that. Have speakers, first up the Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm happy to support this. It's been a long journey to get to this point and trying to reduce the costs. I did want to just reiterate my points earlier about making 2D, E and F a little bit clearer about what those actually involve in the commentary perhaps. But also I would like to add commentary, if I can get to that point, Mr. Chairman, on 2C about the Mokuara Ferry infrastructure. I would like the commentary to add that we would look at adding that back in if the opportunity arises and noting recent interest from commercial operators. As you'll recall, the Mokuara Ferry was kind of put on the back burner after the feasibility study was done for regional, and then subsequently some commercial operators came in with a reasonably attractive offer. I believe that Tauranga are debating it probably as we speak about whether they support that, as regional I think has done. So, but that's for a Tauranga service, so it's not for us yet, but I just want to signal that I think we could or should look at that in future years if that service looks like it's viable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we can note that. Councillor Murray-Bench.
It's just, Sir, that we haven't got a decent public service bus service for Mokuara now, and it's subsidised significantly, and I'm all in favour of the ferry so long as it can pay its way.
Well, we'll come to that in due course, as the Mayor has suggested. Okay, I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say, oh, sorry.
Doesn't the mover get to
Rodney,
speak?
I'm overlooking you.
I know, I'm far away. I just wanted to add a couple of points. I mean, this is the low-hanging fruit, right? This is the stuff that we found quite easily. You know, a Mokuara ferry infrastructure, because we don't actually have a ferry planned. The Katikati bypass, well, there's no point spending money on something that hasn't been funded by the central government. So there's more to do, frankly, over time, and I think other people alluded to that. I very much welcome the CEO's commitment to an operational review, organisational review. I agree the timing needs to be after we make decisions about the Three Waters assets, because as John said, there's no point doing that twice. But this is the beginning of trying to save money. I think we're going to have a lot more work to do during the course of this plan to get rates under control. I also note that, frankly, and we're required by law to do this, that some of the projections on inflation and interest rates look high to me. And, economists are very good at predicting forward from what they see now. So I'm hoping there's going to be some savings in there too. But I think this council in 10 years' time is going to look very different to what it is now, if it's still around at all. Because if we get our Three Waters assets taken off us and we go back to basics and do just the basic stuff, so that's essentially transport and Three Waters, then there's not a lot left for us. So there's more work now to be to ease the pressure on ratepayers. This is just a down payment, just a start.
this, and I thought we were very clear that there would be no allocation of additional funding for this year, with the emphasis that there was the opportunity to use the funds that those community boards held in reserve, and Councillor Granger was part of this discussion. Would you like to comment? Have I basically explained that correctly?
Yes, sir, that was my proposal. That's how we treat it.
Thank you. So I'll go to Rachel to comment, please.
Through you, Mr Chair, just to add that in terms of the engagement process, we did hold a joint community board workshop where this proposal was well and truly canvassed with each of our community boards.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. I've got no problem with the first part of the proposal. It's making use of existing reserve funds that I believe is not clear enough, and I'd either like some clarification or add some additional wording to the proposal.
Yep. I'll let Sarah comment, and I may have another comment then.
Thank
we'll
you,
see.
through the chair. So when it says reserve funds, we're referring to the community board voting account budgets that are available. So we can clarify that if you would like.
Yeah, I mean, I think the difference is what is committed and what is not committed. I know the community boards, there's a variation across the community boards and dollar amounts, clearly. Te Puke is the one with the biggest amount, as pointed out to me several times by councillors from other parts of the district. But the Te Puke Community Board has been workshopping projects that would utilise the full reserve amount, and unfortunately the analysis and scoping of the projects has not reached conclusion yet, but by removing those funds from the Te Puke Community Board especially, I think would have a significant impact on projects that have been anticipated and discussed for many years. And we've reached this situation, I think, partly because of maybe inaction and maybe not quite a sense of urgency that could have been imposed.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Cedric Crowe first.
Through you, Mr Chair. So I understand it is that we've got for year one, we're not collecting any rates for those particular community boards, but we will have the reserve funding available to spend that year. So there's roughly around about $1 million for Te Puke that we would spend hopefully this coming year and potentially into next year. So there's no intention to take away the reserve funds that some of those community boards have built up. But we will be wanting to push a stronger agenda that we do spend the available funding in that year that we do rate. Okay. So that's probably my understanding, is that there's no intention to remove any reserve funding that has been built up.
Okay, thank you, Cedric. That's really all I need to know. So, so just to confirm, the community boards will have the coming year to finalise or propose and conclude their projects before next year's annual plan, perhaps before you consider, or everything that's already in the reserve fund will go specifically to the community board projects as intended, and not going to be siphoned off to other areas of the roading budget, transportation budget.
Through you, Mr Chair, yes, that's correct. So using that as an example would be, I think there's currently $1 million in Te Puke that would remain in the reserves until we've spent that all in Te Puke through and delegated through, awarded, or how we do it through the community board process.
Maybe I've misread the term, the statement. Reduce year one budget to zero and make use of existing reserve funds, I guess.
All that's saying, Grant, is there'll be no additional funds coming. It is not about withdrawing the reserves that community boards have already accumulated. Okay. And if I'm sure that if the challenge is getting work done, and if it's not completed within next year, the budget will still remain there.
Yeah, I think I've looked at that maybe too intensely and looking at alternative scenarios that could come from that statement. So maybe even a clarification a couple of words to that sentence just for peace of mind.
Well, Sarah's been waiting for some time to comment, and that was going to be my comment, that if need be, we could add a little bit to the commentary to make that very clear.
Sure, so we could amend to say existing community board roading reserve funds.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. Now, I'm just trying to remember after all that whether I'd collected all the questions or not. There was nobody else waiting? Oh, Rodney is. Yes, Rodney, I did see that. Sorry, Rodney. We can't hear you, Rodney.
That's my fault, that one. We're having some technical hassles at both ends, and then I've got to turn off the mute button. The only concern I have with this, and I'll phrase it as a question, is this, absolutely fine with spending the reserves, but this doesn't actually address one of the issues Cedric raised right at the beginning, that the way these are structured going forward make it hard to get government subsidies on these projects. So how will we do that if we're going to return the funding from year 2? How are we going to make better use of the funding so that you actually make the best use of government subsidies for this work? Because it sounds like we haven't been doing that.
Yep, good question. Thank you. I'll ask Rachel to comment on that, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Then the natural way to address those issues, Councillor Joyce, would be to review the Community Board roading allocation policy and make it clear the criteria that's applied to particular projects, ensuring that they maximise the application of the FAR rate.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Granger.
I can't agree with that. Mr Chair, the Community Board roading project funding is used on all sorts of little things that would never, ever get funding or subsidy from government. One example, outside the Mokara school, where all the parents used to park on the grass as they picked up their darlings, turned into a mud bath. We concreted it all out of our roading budget. Well, that's not ever going to get subsidy from NZTA. So that's what the community board roading funds are for. It's for picking up those little jobs that wouldn't get onto Cedric's radar, that wouldn't get into NZTA's radar. And I'm sorry, Rodney, but they just aren't going to get the subsidies from NZTA for those sort of little jobs. But they are very vital to the communities and a great way to spend that money.
Thank you. Councillor Sol.
Thank you, Sir. Yeah, basically, I think this is one of the good things here, is that it can work just the same. I've noticed over the years, it used to get quite frustrating that as a community board, we would have projects and they just wouldn't, they're fully funded. Why aren't we getting it done? Sometimes the job was weighted, put in on delay until something else major was happening and it was included. And of course, then it managed to secure funding subsidy as well. So there's lots of ways of playing this game. That money, as has been said by Councillor Granger, tends otherwise to a lot of little things or important things that add up.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thwaites.
Are we at the point of moving option 1?
Well, there seemed to be a whole lot of hands going up with questions again.
But they weren't questions I was hearing. I was hearing people making statements about it.
Good point. Thank you for reminding me.
So I'm happy to move it.
Okay, well, there's a few more hands. So questions? Councillor Murray-Benge.
I'm happy to speak to the motion, sir, and I'll second what Councillor Thwaites says.
Thank you for helping me out, Councillor Thwaites. Councillor Henry, your question.
Well, I was going to second it too, but I just to remind remind us why we made this decision, because that some of the budgets, and admittedly Te Puke's isn't, theirs isn't a very big one, but some of those community board budgets are very big and they're not spending them. And they're not supposed to be building them up.
I think that's a speech that we've already clarified this point. Thank you. Councillor Daly, your question.
Just before we move, I'm just wondering the wording that Sarah suggested, if we could maybe add after that sentence, as intended. So it would read, and make use of existing community board reserve funds as intended.
You want some belts and braces? Okay.
I'm implicitly trustful of Cedric and his take his word as his word. However, I just want belts and braces.
Okay, thank you. All right, in the interest of moving it along, it's been moved by councillor Thwaites and seconded by councillor Murray-Benge. So you want to speak? Oh, sorry, Rodney, did you have another question first? Because you did have your hand up.
Nah, it's
No,
all right.
okay, we'll come to you in a minute then.
Down because,
Councillor Murray-Benge.
First of all, Sir, Laura's apologising for lateness. She's on her way. So, anyway, in speaking to it, I support what the community boards are wanting to do. And really, as we go through this, I'm delighted that we've got the cycling budget down to 500,000. We have a lot of problems with cycleways. I know a lot of people enjoy them, but there are others that really are surplus to requirements. And as for the public transport, we're saving money for shelters and whatnot, and that's not a lot of money. But Sir, our roading is so basic, and everything we take away from it is sacrilege, really. But I think it has to be done. I can't see any other alternative. So in looking at that, I can only but support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Joyce.
sorry, I was going to make a little speech, but I actually thought of a good question. So if you'll forgive me, I just wanted to check whether this affects the plans for the bus bay outside Waihi Beach School, please. I presume Cedric will know.
Through Mr. Chair, no.
So there's a very good, thank you, Cedric. There's a very good example, Councillor Granger, of a community board project that is getting a subsidy for work outside a school gate. So, you know, it does happen. We need to be efficient, and we need to make sure that the work we do is the work that's needed, sure, but also that we make maximum use of subsidies. And there's a very good example of work outside a school gate that is being subsidised. And I support these savings.
Councillor Sol, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Thwaites.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I will support this. I think basically, as a person that really supported, and you know I really defend community boards strongly, but they have to take some of the pain, as do all of us in all areas. And I supported us losing the subsidy, the allocation for 1 year. And I think it's appropriate that they still can get on with spending and getting projects that are already in the pipeline, but they also can plan ahead over that year to spend money, presumably, that they will get the following year. So there's a lot of work can still be done, and hopefully become very project ready, shovel ready type jobs over that period. So to me, it makes a fair bit of sense, and hopefully, as I say, that when it comes to the annual plan, that does return to where it is sitting at this stage for year 2. And it's just one of those things. It's sad that we have to look at all this roading reduction, but frankly, it's just part of what we need to do to make sure that people don't get, well, I can't say won't get stung, but try to make it affordable for a lot of people. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Coxhead.
I just wanted to say about the walking and cycling and reducing that budget makes an awful lot of sense to me, given the enormous amount of money over the prior 3-year period, 4-year period that has gone into cycleways. And I know there were submissions from cyclists and enthusiasts who were disappointed to see that, but at the end of the day, our roading's been neglected to such an extent that, I mean, we had to make this decision. But yeah, to be honest, I know the walkways and the cycleways are popular, but they're not fully utilised by any extent either.
Councillor Henry.
I'll say my speech again. The community boards, none of them are missing out on any opportunity to do any roading within the next year, because they all have money in their budget. So that Te Puke has got a very small amount. No, not for this year's
Come on,
spending money,
come on,
no.
we need to keep moving.
Yeah, so they're not going to miss that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, all right. Councillor Daly.
Those of you that know me know that I was a bit reluctant about some of these proposals, especially the walking and cycling, but I do take Councillor Coxhead's point about the need to prioritise real roading projects. However, after visiting Wellington over the last 3 days, you know, cycleways done well. Even Tauranga City, I know there's a lot of pain over there with the cycleways that they've implemented, but once they're in place, then they do get utilised. They are a viable mode choice. And I know it's difficult in a provincial council like ours to make them work efficiently maybe, but you know, we did get quite a few submissions from groups of you know, multiple individuals supporting maybe increasing it. I'm not arguing now to do so. I mean, I think it's a fair balance. However, the other point is the seal extension and reducing the budget from 2 million to 1.5 million. And once again, a submission on behalf of multiple submitters, as in the Federated Farmers submission, which represents 183 members, active members. You know, they don't get a lot for their rates, and you know, they're going to feel, they feel that seal extension is about one of the only things that they get any benefit from. And so it's with reluctance that I think that all of us have to do this, but you know, we've got to do something, and it's sort of painful to have to do it in such a dramatic fashion, but I will support the motion. And thank you for the clarification on the Community Board Roading Fund. I'm a little bit concerned about other developments in regard to the representation review, and I just certainly hope that the impact of that doesn't affect the community roading funding. It's been signalled that maybe the community board roading budgets are not welcome. So there's going to be another argument down the track on that, I feel. And you know, this is about the only time that a community can really make a little bit of a difference. And I just, yeah, there's more to be said on this, but thank you.
Yep. Keep that for another day. So Councillor Thwaites, finally.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, transportation is the reason why I stood for council and why I keep coming back here. It's one of our key activities to maintain. Overall, the transportation budget is not being cut, but this signals through these 9 funding lines here a major change in emphasis that's been identified by our brand new GM of infrastructure to maintain our asset we've got. So if you're a member of a community board catchment or you're part of a rural catchment, you all drive on the same network, and it's been highlighted that we must change the emphasis to maintain what we've got. We haven't quite got that right in the past few years. So resealing of the existing seals, this allows that to happen. We've heard all week about nice to haves. I hate that word nice to haves, but we maximised our opportunities to use the funding lines that were aligned. Cutting walking and cycling is probably in line with the great thinking, so I fully support this.
Great, thank you. With that, I will put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And so we're comfortable with the advantages shown as reasons. There's no more challenges there. All right, we'll move on to the next one, please. And so Rebecca's coming to join Sarah this time.
Morena, this is the key proposal 3, which is about the increase to the roading rate differential. It is the tabled item. So I will take the paper as read if you have any questions.
Okay, councillors, questions? Councillor Murray Bench.
What is your definition of a hair salon or a dairy? Is that commercial?
It depends on the zoning of the land. So the way that it is done through our revenue financing policy, it's based on the zone. So a new district plan. So if it is in a commercial or industrial zone, then it will be deemed to be commercial industrial for this purpose.
So any commercial zone that's got commercial activities in it is going to be 4 times.
Any rateable property that is within a commercial or industrial zone will be charged that.
Can you remind me, please, as to what the difference is between the 3 and the 4?
So in the paper, we've got the examples for the increase. So for the increase from 2 to 3 for commercial industrial, you're looking at round figures, 2.5. For moving it from 2 to 4, you're looking at 3.2. So 3,200 for commercial industrial if you move from 4. If you move for commercial industrial from 2 to 3, it's going to be 2,536. We've also provided the additional column to tell you what the increase would be from the 2. So you'll see what the status quo being 2. So for commercial and industrial, if we move from 2 to 4, that is an average increase of $1,541 for commercial and industrial.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Just that answer made me think of a question. If there's a house in commercially zoned, a residential house in a commercially zoned property, that will be captured by this. I'm thinking of the ones, for example, along Carisbrook Street in Katikati that, they've been zoned commercial, but people are basically still living there.
Sorry, yes, they would be captured if they are in the commercial zone as a rateable property. Unfortunately,
even though it's a residential house.
Yeah. Even though it's a residential house, it's not done on land use; it's done on.
Yeah, I realise. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Daly.
Rebecca, could you tell us what the average land value is that these examples are based on? Oh, sorry, Sarah.
That's okay. So what we have done is taken the land value for each category and based that on the average for our calculation. So your post-harvest zoned areas, we've captured all of the zoned post-harvest properties and then worked out the average just because there's a vast number of land valuations, as you can imagine.
I couldn't find the average in the document. Is there a specific number?
No, so we've done it based on the land value for that category.
And there will, of course, be a wide variation.
Yes, yes.
So we're talking averages, but it can distort what happens at the ends.
Depending on the land value, yes, of each property.
Yeah, I don't understand it as simple as totaling up the number of properties within the category and dividing the land value by that number.
In simple terms, yes.
So is there any reason why we can't know the number?
Are you talking about the average of a property for that category? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, the average land value for the commercial industrial to arrive at the rate charges.
So we have taken the total land value for that category and divided it by the number of properties in that category across the district to get our calculation. So it would vary.
Order, sir. How will talking about an average advance the argument at all?
I was wondering where it was going, but I agree.
Well, my question is because, I mean, 1,500 to 3,200 seems reasonable, I suppose, but we've had examples of like quite different land value depending on where the property is located, and I was just trying to get a handle for where it landed with that thing.
Yeah, well, my comment would be that we've seen in the past that every other zoning has distortions in it, and people are not affected equally across whatever zoning it is. And we went through the situation last year where there was extensive talk in the rural sector about how the valuation process distorted some, particularly kiwi fruit properties, compared to others. And so it doesn't fall fairly. And unfortunately, that's something that we're not able to change. So I think we probably should leave this one and move on. Councillor Sol, you've been waiting.
Sorry, sir. Councillor Joyce actually asked my question.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I think then we've exhausted the questions. So I know it is a bit of a contentious one around the where we land on this because of the way that it doesn't fall evenly for everybody. Sorry, were you wanting another question now, Councillor Joyce?
I was gonna move it if you're looking for a mover. You sound like you might.
Yeah. I was trying to get to there. So everyone's happy. Well, Councillor Granger.
My question, sir, is we have identified in talking about this lots of anomalies and found certain areas that possibly should be included, which can't be included because of our rating structure. What is needed to, in terms of this rating review that we keep referring to over and over but never get around to doing, in order to make this sort of decision a whole lot clearer and clear up some of those anomalies so that we can, say, separate post-harvest from other things rather than having to have them lumped together. How far away is the rating review that we could do that would make this a more cogent argument?
How far away probably relates to when council decides to tell the staff to do it. But Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to advise that the preliminary research around the possibility of a rating basis review is being progressed. The very first step is to understand from elected members what is the problem or the problems that you would like to solve. So the natural first step is a scoping workshop before we agree to progress what ends up being quite a significant process. But that work is being progressed now and would be something that we would look to bring to you after the long-term plan is adopted.
So, I mean, Councillor Thwaites often brings up the issue of our contrast between us and Tauranga in terms of the way that the rating rate is applied to properties anyways. And I'm just wondering, is it better to get that under our belt and put off this to next year's annual plan or something or other? Because I don't think there's a great level of comfort around the table with it at the moment, the way it stands. So I just wondered if there's another approach to take.
Well, you've raised the question. It's up to councillors to probably answer where they're comfortable to move at the minute. Councillor Coxhead.
I know Councillor Joyce considered that the difference for a commercial industrial zone property of $1,541 a year is insignificant, but when you consider this also captures many retail businesses, and as Councillor Sol raised, you know, his concern around that as well, it does concern me because obviously as a landlord's going to pass this on to the retailer that's renting their premises or leasing their premises, and that could be a make or break, well, not make or break, but that's just another nail in the coffin, to be honest, and particularly small businesses, and also noting that it does capture what would be considered residential dwellings just zoned in this area. It does concern me for a very limited benefit to a residential property of $24.61 a year and for a rural property $53. So I do have concerns still about this.
Okay, thank you. Well, sorry, poor chairmanship accepted. We're still on questions. Yeah, well, I was ready to move and then we had another question and I went back. So, yeah. Grant, your question.
Well, in response to Murray's question, I've recently visited the funding review we did in 2018, and that was...
So your question is?
There seems to be quite a long, lengthy process to run through the funding review, and the previous one before that was like 2010, but I'm wondering if instead, I think the purpose of this is to try and maybe make our thing a bit more targeted, so I think I'd prefer to proceed as is, but maybe do we have the possibility of...
So you're questioning yourself, are you, there, as to which proposal you want to support?
Or can we differentiate the roading differential as has been suggested from 3 to 3 in commercial industrial and 4 in post harvest, even though there's...
It's starting to look like it, I'm sorry, Councillor. Yeah. Councillor Joyce, you have another question.
I was waiting to speak to the motion, but we haven't got a second yet anyway.
Yeah, he did want to move it. Did you want to second it? Okay. All right, now we have the speakers. Sorry. Yep, we'll go to Councillor Thwaites first.
I fully support this movement of this motion, and I believe this is just a starter for one. I believe this is where we as a councillors have dropped the ball so badly on this, and you're making nickel and dime assertions a minute ago. The reality is we are so far out of line with 80% of the Northern Region councils. We're the only one who still bases our transportation on land valuation. We are the only one with a rural works charge, and 80% have got SUPs introduced. This was the perfect year to address the anomalies that operate within our funding budget, and we didn't do it. Next year's an election year. It's off. You won't be able to tackle it like this. To go from 2 to 4 is minuscule. I've repeated the claim time and time again. A pack house in Tauranga City is paying $800,000 with this 4 times differential. A pack house in Western Bay on identical capital value pays $200,000 in rates. That's how far out of line we are. They're paying 4 times the rate. So you could actually entertain a differential of 16 or 20 to bring us in line with Tauranga City. To argue over 4 or 3 or 2 is nickel and diming. It is not up with the real impact of what we tried to do. And like I said, the faster we have a rating review, in my view, the sooner the better, based on 80% of our neighbouring councils have all moved that way and gone that way. We are the ones out of line. So going to 4 is so minuscule, and like I said, we dropped the ball so bad, but I'm willing to support it just as a starter for 1 out of 10. That's how pathetic I think we've been.
Thank you for that clear enunciation. Councillor Joyce.
Yeah. So what does this actually cost a business? And I mean, let's start from the point that Don makes, that our business rates are much lower than other people's already. You know, if you look at the taxpayers union tables, and I know they're not perfect, but they're the only comparison we have at the moment. You know, we're right up near the top for residential, and we're way down near the middle for commercial. We're out of whack. And I realise this just, you know, is serving retailers, so I understand completely how tough it is. But we, in business, you at least get to claim back the GST and your tax costs. So $1,500 a year, that's an extra $28.85 a week. When you take the tax off it, it's under $20 a week. And we don't have any other differentials. You know, other councils load much more onto their commercial, including some of their general rates. And I understand we can't just do that. We actually have to have a justification. There is a justification for this. Most businesses do get truck deliveries, you know, varying degrees. You know, a cafe will get either Gilmore's or Bidvest or, you know, one of those trucks coming in with their food supplies. And a reminder that from our roading engineers, all they really count is the truck movements, because the car movements don't do damage. So, you know, if we don't do this, the cost will just go back onto the residents who don't use trucks anywhere near as much as commercial. Is it perfect? No, it's not. It's a step. I'd much rather this was done on land use, and hopefully we can move towards that. but it is an improvement in our rating structure, and it is aligning costs better with where they actually fall. I quote Voltaire again, which I seem to do a lot. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is an improvement, and over time we can improve it further. If we wait till we get it absolutely perfect, we'll never do it, and our residents will continue to subsidise our commercial ratepayers.
Thank you. Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. I'm not happy with this one, and as I've said, I really do get concerned with the situation for our commercial properties, small businesses, people that don't earn a lot of money, their businesses maybe. I mean, you can take all types of view. You can say, well, maybe they don't deserve to be in business. But there's the other factor too, is that then all of a sudden we don't have those businesses in our villages and places. And all of a sudden we've got to spend more money driving to and from, or having big trucks come in delivering the goods to the home. So there's lots of, on the left, on the right, always this balance somewhere. To me, I quite agree with Councillor Thwaites. It will be great to get to the bottom of our whole rating process and reorganising it. It still may wind up with some increased charges in various areas and reductions in others. But it perhaps will be a lot more fair than some of these businesses that are going to struggle, because this is only one rate that's going up at an average of $1,500 for a little business that is actually at present, and even if you listen to the news today, more businesses are closing, more are dropping out. So we're just helping boot them down the road. And then they don't have the income, etc. So we know all those things. So to me, this one really concerns me. The quicker we can alter our rating structure, get industrial away from commercial, start looking a little bit harder also at the post-harvest areas, and get something done, the better. But to me, I'm sorry, I can't support this one, and I won't be, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Wickers.
Thank you. I will be supporting it. When we worked through this process, I had reasonably good insight into post-harvest in the kiwifruit industry, and it's quite frustrating that because of the small number of post-harvest properties, that the increase there is it's so minimal and has such little effect on the overall picture. I was quite disappointed that that was actually happening. They themselves know how important the roading network is, and have supported them paying a higher share. So it's been frustrating. I acknowledge the disproportionate effect on retail. That is another sad outcome of this, but fully support this rating review to try and deal with some of these anomalies.
Thank you. Councillor Murray-Benge.
I sort of agree with Councillor Wickers, but we haven't, and I disagree with Councillor Thwaites. We're the sixth largest, highest rating place in the country, and we don't have much industrial land. And when Rangiuru comes on deck, that will be significant. And I agree with the post-harvest. Our kiwi fruit's doing well, and they can afford to pay the difference post-harvest. But the commercial area is the one that's the worry, because that's the small little businesses, and sir, they don't make much money, and they're holding on as best they can. And somehow I would have thought it would have been really good to separate out commercial from industrial and go for where we were for commercial and take industrial to the fore. And I don't know whether we can do that compromise, but I'd like to suggest it.
Okay. I'll just say that we discussed that in the workshops and were told that under current rating policy we cannot do that. So you had the answers quite some weeks ago.
All to the fact that it's wrong.
You've already heard a number of speakers say quite they would do it another way, but we discussed it and we were told that it is not possible under the current rating structure. Councillor Daly.
Yeah, apologies for the maybe rabbit hole last time, but I understood Murray Granger was seeking some other consideration, but I was fully supportive of the recommendation as proposed in reference to the previous discussions.
Well, could you focus on this discussion, please?
Yep. I think there was definitely scope to increase the post-harvest, but it is a blunt instrument and there are obviously penalties for some of the commercial industrial businesses, especially in the residential area. And there will be some hurt that people aren't aware of yet once this goes through and they see it on their rates bill. I did talk to one landlord and asked, do you pay the rates or does the tenant pay the rates? He said, well, my tenant just does that, so it didn't really bother him too much, but maybe if his tenant has to move out, it might be a concern. But anyway, so I'm supportive of the 4, but yeah, with the full funding review signalled.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against?
Aye.
I declare it carried. And if I just go back to the advantages shown, are you all happy with those? I just, I did have one wee concern. I don't have it in front of me, but I did think I read it said the comment that it apportions the rates more fairly. I just thought the word fairly is not a good choice of word because, as the discussion has showed, it doesn't apply it as fairly as we like, but it, I did have a word in my mind, but I've forgotten. Yeah, equitably.
Sir, Councillor Daly highlighted
Sorry,
a review.
I'll come back to you, but no, I must be, my memory's wrong. Penella's just showed me the advantage. It doesn't say fairly there, so thank you. All right. Councillor Murray Benz, did you want to say?
So what are we saying?
Well, I'll read the advantages were that 59% of submitters support this option that we've just approved, that recognises the impact of heavier vehicles on roads and reduces the roading rate average increase for residential and rural zone properties. And I think that's very clear. Might only be small amounts for those people, but yeah. So, all right.
And you don't think that we could add there will be a review in the future?
No, I don't think that's appropriate until we've made that decision. All right. I'm going to see if we can get through one more before we break for morning tea. So if we could go to the next one, Town Centre Development Fund, and Rebecca. Got anything to say?
No, I'll take the paper as read. We've canvassed this topic a number of times. It is
Okay. Any questions? Councillor Granger.
This paper's still going to go out. We finally voted. Still good to go out to the public in a final.
Not this one, as I understand it.
Well, I mean, the wording in there, it talks about all these town centre funds was used, but and then tells us that some of it wasn't used. So
well, we have got some accumulated funds that has not been spent.
Contributed towards, right? Would be in a better word than was used, because the 770,000 wasn't used. That's what I'm saying. But I'm happy to move the motion, sir.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Murray Benj.
Two?
Yeah. Yes, okay, go for it.
I think it was interesting in the submissions that noting that most of the town centre fund hadn't really been spent in town centres. So I think we're doing the right thing by cutting it and looking at project by project. But because everybody pays the same amount that's being suggested, it's important that everybody has the same opportunity to actually apply. And so I just look forward to how we actually progress that, sir. But I'm happy to second the motion.
Yeah, I might have got a little bit ahead of myself there. Was I, did I not ask for questions? Did some of you people were raising hands? Did you have questions? No, okay. We did, righto. So we've had the first speaker. With some of those hands, did you want to speak, Councillor Daly?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Yeah, I think this was a well-intended and I think largely well-executed attempt to target our town centres with improvements. That wasn't overly, didn't penalise the ratepayers excessively. I mean, it was $10 per ratepayer across the district. And Te Puke obviously was first cab off the rank. I think we did a great job. It assisted us greatly with what happened back at that time when we first got access to this funding, and it bootlegged other initiatives that were going on at the time. Not sure if that's the right term, but whether other community boards lost their way, I'm not sure, but I think all the projects seem to be quite beneficial. It wasn't inflation adjusted over time, and I think that was a failing. If it had been, you know, it might have been up to, you know, $40 or $50 by now per ratepayer, and it would have been a gradual increase, maybe with minimal impact. And now having to maybe change the focus to the next item for consideration, I think marginalises that proposal. However, I can talk about that then, but otherwise I'm supportive, but and maybe the accumulated funds, a discussion obviously needs to be had over what happens with those, and I've got a proposal for that. I'm not sure if now's the right time to talk about that. Okay, thank you.
So James, were you wanting to speak, or was that you?
I was attempting to second it before it went to,
to
Margaret, but
okay.
yeah, I'm happy to support.
And Councillor Henry, yeah. Okay, so Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, this one is quite an interesting concept in many ways, and I actually can see a lot of benefits in this. The fact that it winds up being competitive in many ways is a bit of a worry, or perhaps somebody gets to sway the project does concern me. In other words, before it was very targeted to an area and at least they knew what they had and could either progress something or not. But this seems to have a lot of support within council itself, and I gather from the public. So to me, that's where it goes. I guess that's where you take collective responsibility for things, and let's just move on with it, sir.
Thank you. Rodney.
Thanks for that. I agree with this as well. I would point out that there is another option in the future. If a community wants to raise money, they can do what Katikati has done and have a targeted rate for that community. That is a much more socially responsible way of doing it. It's the benefits clearly with those funding it. One of the major issues I had with the old town centre fund is that people up the Kaimai ranges in rural areas, people in Makatu, people in Pahoja, they were funding this, but in many cases they weren't getting any benefit from it. So, you know, the best way to help keep rates down for commercial and others is to make sure we properly fund things where the benefits are. And I realise that makes the rating system more complicated, and there are pros and cons to that as well. But, you know, this was a centre fund, this fund, there's people, you know, up the Kaimai ranges whose nearest place of benefit was a Mokura, and they don't really go there, we're funding things that they got no benefit from. So while we talk about project-specific funding, I'll invite the communities that do want to do this, to follow the lead of Katikati and ask for a targeted rate in their community. And then that way we get the benefits and the costs clearly aligned.
Okay, thank you for that. With that, I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And no disagreement with the advantages shown? All right. Thank you very much. We'll break for morning tea and we'll be back here at 11 o'clock, please. Welcome back, everybody. We're moving on to the next item, the Future Community Facilities Fund, and we have Cheryl online to address this. Cheryl, welcome. Is there anything you'd like to say to us?
Probably just to flag that we've included a new option from what we had in the consultation document, just around having an amended approach to introduction of the fund, both through timing and amount. And this just gives us more time to work up the kind of policy, I guess the criteria that kind of sits around how that fund would be allocated. But other than that, happy to take questions.
Okay. Try and be clear. Is there any questions? All right. Yes, we have, by the sound of it. So we've got a couple. Councillor Daly, question.
Yeah. Cheryl, do you agree that we would need more time to develop the process and criteria for this fund? What sort of time frame are you suggesting is required? I mean, it seems like it wouldn't be a huge amount of work to develop a criteria for this.
Yeah, so your first question, yes, I think it's worth taking the time to do a really good job at developing the criteria that supports this fund. And that's really a response to a lot of the feedback that we received around people just kind of wanting to know more about what would be included, how it would be allocated, how the whole decision-making process works. So I guess it's around kind of taking the time to work with the community on what that looks like to get a bit more support for that fund and how it would be administered. So it should kind of be a good thing, I guess, to take the community along on the journey before the fund actually starts to be active and utilised.
I think that's a very important comment that Cheryl made at the end there. The process is about taking the community with us and not putting something in place that we might understand but they don't. So I think that's an important principle. Councillor Murray-Bench.
I'm happy to move the 3 new, sir.
Okay. There are no other questions. We have a mover. We have a seconder.
Would I be able to amend it?
Yes.
I would like to, if we're pushing it out, I don't see really the need to do a staggered first year. I would think if we're already pushing it out to year 3, just go straight in with the $50 in year 3 and no distinction between year 3 and year 4. We've just removed the town centre development contribution of $10, so effectively it's only a $40 increase.
Okay, so I did accept a move, but I didn't have a seconder, so I guess you're moving a different motion, really, in terms of that. It's not really an amendment yet. So, all right, well.
Point of order, it's just a, if it's not been seconded, then it's just a new motion.
Yeah. Yeah. So do we have a seconder for what Grant's proposing? Okay, we do. All right. Do we have speakers then? Councillor Granger.
I think, sir, that it's unfortunate that we didn't do a proper job of explaining what this was all about, because I think it is critical for our communities to have a fund that can be used for these sorts of things. The case-by-case basis is not really the best way to go about it, and to have a decent contestable fund that can be used as seed funding for projects to get teched in behind us is a grand idea and will be great for our communities. And so I support Councillor Daly in starting it off at the proper rate at year 3.
At the $50, is that what? Yep. Okay. The Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I agree with the concept, but I don't think that charging the full amount until year 4 it'll be very slow to make any meaningful progress towards providing community facilities. And, you know, if we go with the earlier option, the later option, should we say, we'll still have to make case-by-case decisions for the next 2 to 3 years at least. And so that is not satisfactory to me. I do get the bringing it in gradually and lessening the rate rises, and that's why we've pushed it out to year 3 anyway. But I think if we're too slow, then frankly nothing gets done. So that's where I'm sitting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murray Benge.
Well, I oppose the amendment. I thought that the recommendation was a sound one. And the $25 is, if it's affordability that's the issue at the moment, and it is, then I think everybody in the district is going to pay for this. And we've already heard from Cheryl that it will require a little bit to actually build it up to a decent process. So I'm opposed to it, sir. I thought the recommendation that we had before us was ideal.
Thank you. Could I just have confirmed that the proposal that you've moved and seconded was to go to the $50 in year 3? Have I got that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So it's not immediate in response to your point. So there's no further. Yes, I do have another speaker, Councillor Thwaites.
As this is in 3 years' time, and it's going to be subject to the annual plan of the year, it swings and roundabouts whether it's even relevant to even include it. But I'll basically be voting against it because those later years of this LTP are out of whack with inflation expectations, and so as a protest against ongoing increases of close towards 10%, I can't support that, and so I won't be supporting this today.
Thank you. I think we've, yep, okay.
There's no amendment.
This is the motion. We had an earlier
it's his
motion.
Right of reply.
Yeah, yes, this is his right of reply.
Yeah, I didn't really speak in favour of the motion when I suggested it, I don't think, but we've already got people requesting, I mean, you can call them what you like, I mean, community facilities. I'm not sure that it's obviously a distinction between nice to haves and something that the community has been asking for many years. And you know, the Town Centre Development Fund has been knocked on the head. That was $10 that everyone was paying. So effectively it's only a $40 increase, and it's 3 years away. And like I said before, the Town Centre Development contribution was never inflation adjusted from about 2010, whenever it was introduced. And even the submissions supporting case by case continue to look at projects on a case by case funding and investigate other funding approaches. When you do that, where does the money come from? You end up having to implement either targeted rates, which maybe concentrates the load even more than a district-wide approach. There's just so many benefits for this. I know it's every little addition to our budgets is like a cut to some people, but at the same time we get many people crying out for facilities, and if not us, then who? You know, the government's made it clear that they're not going to support local government with these sort of projects, so that's why I've suggested it, and I would have gone for an earlier thing even, but clearly that wasn't going to get over the line, so I think this is a good compromise.
Okay, thank you. You've heard both for and against, so I'm putting the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Yes, do we have a show of hands, please? Those for? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against? 4, 5, 6. 7. Okay. So that motion is defeated.
I'll put the previous motion, the recommendation that's before us, sir.
Yep. Okay. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Wickers? Shouldn't be any questions, I wouldn't have thought now. So, Yes? Oh, that's where we are missing Rodney. Sorry. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Just got to remember where I am now. We've had it moved and seconded. So there shouldn't probably be any speakers either, but no. Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Oh, and the advantages shown for the reasons. Are we all comfortable there?
Mr. Chairman, I think further to my comment I made in the debate, I would quite like to note that we're likely to need case-by-case decisions for the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, I think that's a valid request.
It's a disadvantage rather than an advantage, but yeah.
Yeah, but it helps people's understanding. Yep. Okay, moving on to the next item, which is the Pukekohe development rate. Charlotte.
Good morning, councillors. So this is key proposal 6 around the future of the Pukekohe development rate and the use of the existing reserve. So happy to take the paper as read and answer any questions.
Okay. No, Councillor Granger.
Happy to move option 1 of the first one.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Daly. Nobody needs to speak, I hope. Why? Councillor Murray Benge.
Just, sir, that the local people said that they were happy for the funding to go to projects so long as...
Hang on. I think you're getting a little bit ahead of yourself. We're talking about stopping collecting this rate in this one.
Oh, well, I support.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And comfortable with the advantages and disadvantages in there? All right, moving on. Tupunis, sorry, did you have a question? Oh, so am I turning the page too quick again? I was wondering why it didn't come up. Yeah. Right. The use of the funds that have been accumulated. Do we have any staff comments before I ask for questions?
So just noting that with the feedback we received, we did receive feedback from across the district and we have split that out into Pukekohe specific feedback as well.
Yeah.
So it's outlined in the report.
Did read that. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Is this a question?
Oh, happy to move when appropriate.
Okay. Well, I'm just checking. No other questions?
The submissions often said that they were happy to have the money saved for projects, so long as it wasn't a council project that they were having to make it come, but they could bring it forward earlier, or else they didn't want to be subsidising what council would normally do. Am I correct in that?
Yes, yeah, there's just some concern on, I guess, if it was already funded and then this fund would go towards that so that they would lose out overall.
No other questions? Okay, Grant has moved. We have a seconder, Councillor Murray Benge.
And clarify what's just been moved.
You've got that in front of you? Yep. Right.
Is that clear on the microphone?
Sorry.
Was that clear on the microphone?
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you, Grant.
Could you just clarify for the people online, perhaps?
That this is option 1 that has been moved. Sorry,
Of issue 2.
Yes. I'm behind the 8 ball here, that's why I'm, right, I better not look at that, I'll look at this page. So Councillor Thwaites has been waiting.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak on this. Look, I don't support repurposing this at all. I support refunding the money back to them. I think this would be a real test case for let Pukahina get their fair share of the go, a bit like the Makatu Community Board, who are funding stuff that they probably shouldn't be, and they've got the exorbitant Makatu community rate going to their community, and I see this the same way, so I won't be supporting option 1. I believe that money should be refunded to the Pukahina Beach, and we, as a test case, to show how well we manage our funds.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wickers?
I will be supporting it. I do understand what Councillor Thwaites is talking about, but it is a rare opportunity in the current financial environment going forward to actually get something done out there. The likelihood of anything else progressing is relatively low for a period of time. It's the opportunity for local groups to leverage funding. So it might be a fund of 500K, but there is the opportunity to leverage that and get significant input from other funding sources. The point about the lack of trust in council and actually being able to deliver, I suppose that's one that we do need to acknowledge and find a way of working with the community to actually progress the things that they want to see. And I'm not quite sure how that would happen, but I think that's very important.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Daly.
I just exercise my right to speak to the motion. Yeah, I hope, well, yeah. I've spoken to some of the submitters on this. I mean, there is division clearly among the locals. It's not a huge division, I don't think, between the ones that do want it returned for community benefit and those that would prefer to have it for personal benefit. But even those that would help them out in the short term acknowledge that they're not going to die in a ditch over if they do miss out on it. Because, I mean, some of those people have actually been members of the Pukahina Ratepayers Association for a long time, and I've been attending these ratepayer meetings since 2016, and every meeting there's discussion about how do we get things done. You know, we would really like this done, we would like this another thing done, and it's always a question of money. Where does the money come from? You know, a targeted rate in that community, just like Makatu, is down to under 500 now, but Pukahina is around the 600 mark. So if you push out the previous proposal on the Community Facilities Fund, it's just making it even harder for a community like this to raise money for projects that they've been talking about for many years. And there's several projects that they'd like to progress, and just looking at it on a case-by-case basis and targeted fund, you can see that you're just not going to get anywhere, and they're going to be complaining about these things in the next 10 or 20 years. So to support Andy's comments as well, all the local councillors attended the ratepayers meeting a couple of weeks ago, and I think the message was supportive of this. So thank you.
Right, Councillor Sol.
Yes, sir. Basically, I will support this going through at present, not because I really like it. I actually am quite, in many ways, happy to see it go back to the individual ratepayer there. But the fact is, let's be pragmatic. They get their money back. Meanwhile, we spend the ratepayers' money administering this, and it's going to be quite an administrative issue, I think, by the time it happens. So there'll be relatively a net loss as far as council's concerned here. So to me, it's probably the best way to move forward, and just let's get on with it and hopefully get Pukahina with a few facilities that they perhaps have waited for a long time.
Thank you. Councillor Murray Benj.
As I read the submission, sir, it was quite clear that if the money goes back, who does it go back to? Those people who have moved, those people who have died, those people who are left standing. It was really quite a difficult thing for staff to actually implement such a process, and I think the recommendation that we've got before us is the right one.
Thank you. Councillor Coxhead.
Councillor Murray-Benj just took the words out of my mouth. That's exactly my point as well. I support option one because refunding the money would have been very heavy administratively.
I will make a comment before I put the motion. I do think, and the thoughts have been canvassed, that for the community, that if this motion is passed, that it's very transparent and thorough consultation is taken with the committee, with the community, to ascertain what their desires are, so that it's not something that they can feel is imposed by council. And we need to be very clear that the money goes towards projects and not consumed by administrative costs, as has been talked about. So with that, I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Do you two wish your votes to be recorded? No. And so the advantages and disadvantages of the decision, you comfortable with that?
Massive amount of administration to actually consult with them and do it, which you could do the refund in about 15 minutes, and you're talking about staff time times 1,000. But anyway.
I'll make my comments to you at lunchtime, perhaps. Yeah. All right, we could move on then to the next item, which is Te Puna Station Road. And we have Callum here.
So key proposal 7, Te Puna Station Road, contemplating the temporary prohibition of this road. 3 options before you, and happy to take the report as read and happy to take questions.
Okay, Councillor Coxhead.
So now we're talking about a temporary prohibition on Te Puna Station Road. How long would we consider temporary to be?
Temporary prohibition is just a way of distinguishing what we're proposing to do versus a road stopping, which would effectively mean that the land no longer is road, and it then just becomes a general parcel that's owned by council. So when we say temporary prohibition, really is open-ended. It could be 10 years, 20 years, it could be forever.
Could I phrase that question perhaps a little bit differently? So you're saying that temporary will continue until we're able to resolve the issues of the impacts on the rest of the roading network in the neighbourhood?
If we resolve the issues on the rest of the network, especially Clark Road, Te Puna Station Road, then that would support the case for not opening Te Puna Station Road. So,
thank you for that.
I haven't quite finished. Sorry.
You hadn't quite, sorry.
No, just one other. Just with the intention to move the cycleway upon closure to the side where the bank is, I mean, I'm just interested in the process around that, given all the concerns there's been in other conversations around the slippage from the past site. It doesn't seem the most obvious place to have the cycleway if we're concerned about that.
So when we say the west side of the road, we're effectively saying just to the west of the centre line. So so if you consider a 3-metre cycle path, 2.5-metre cycle path, there's still quite a distance between the edge of that path and the bank. So most small slips, they might extend 2 or 3 metres from the base of the bank. So I don't think there's a huge risk to the cycle path. I mean, what we're proposing to do is we're not proposing to really take away the hard surface of the carriageway. So
you know, there'll be plenty of room for cyclists, even in the event that there's a bit of an overslip that causes a bit of an obstacle to cyclists and pedestrians.
Okay, Rodney, if we could come to you, please.
Just a quick question. Part of the information is
Yeah, we can't hear you. Well, while he's coming back, Councillor Murray-Benj, could we come to you, please?
Yes, thank you. I'm totally opposed to what we've got here in front of us. The community is very divided, sir. And all I see is a glorified cycleway and motorbike route for Te Puna Station Road. I asked that we need to cost the work that would be done to bring Te Puna Station Road up to the standard for a one lane to be undertaken, and what it would cost for Clark Road to be upgraded to cope with it. And it's not there, sir, and I've asked for it every time.
I just want to know, what is your question?
My question is, when do I get that information, and why do we have to make a decision before I get that information? It's not good enough, sir. These are people's lives that are affected.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the cost to reopen Te Puna Station Road one way was an option we considered through the consultation document, and the costs have been provided for that throughout the consultation period. So that information has been freely available.
Mrs. Bowden, who came in here and said, sir, did she not, that the community is very divided, and this is taking one option and pushing it. And we haven't got enough information to be making this decision today.
That sounds much more like a statement now than a question.
Well,
Councillor Granger.
My question, sir, is...
You've heard the answer.
No, I haven't. I
Katie,
said there wasn't enough consultation, and I'm listening to see...
Well, that's a statement again. So you can keep that for the speaking. Councillor Granger.
Yeah, my question is, if we go with the recommended option, are we going to change a lot of those advantages because they don't apply? They apply to the original option, but not to this modified option.
So who's going to respond there?
I'm sorry, no,
to take all that in. So
originally, the original option one that we went out to the public with was that we would close it permanently, and that responded to the submission by Periraka because they want it closed permanently. It didn't really respond to the heavy traffic in Clark Road, and it was the lowest cost option. So, but now we've changed this to we're going to put it on hold and do some more investigation to decide what we're going to do. So in that case, we haven't responded to Periraka. So what I'm saying is we haven't kept the advantages up to date with the changes to the options.
Can I answer that through you, Mr. Chair? I'm not fully sure what the temporary prohibition value is of that, but I think my understanding is the road stopping process is obviously to change the land use. There's no need to change or go through that process, so we could leave the road as road, and then through the bylaw, going through and updating the bylaw, we could essentially change the use of that road. Much like a heavy vehicle ban, you could actually just change that use to pedestrians and cyclists. So it could just remain road, but only fit for purpose for pedestrians or cyclists. So essentially, my view is that the decision that you'll be making today will be changing that from it still remain road, but it'll only be available to cyclists and pedestrians. And the changes would be reflected through updating the bylaw.
So it's very hard to work that out of there. That's not at all what that says.
Okay, well, while you reflect on that for a minute, who have I got next? The Mayor. Oh, sorry, Rodney, we come back to you, please.
Yeah, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
We seem to have a few technical difficulties at both ends, unfortunately, so I'm sure that was my fault. So, I mean, some of the questions have been asked already, but I particularly want to know, when will we be looking again at what we're going to do in Clark Road, because that's where the sharpest pain has been felt. It's not the only place, but it's the sharpest pain. And we had a workshop a few months ago and looked at ideas, and we said, and the staff are going to go away and come back with some more ideas. So when's that going to happen? Because that's if this doesn't get reopened, that needs to be dealt with. And then looking at what Cedric just said, I agree with Murray that it looks very different than what's here, and I understand there's legal reasons for doing it this way. But I guess my question is, will there be another chance for the public, if we follow this process, chance for the public to have their say again? Because it's got so muddled up in long-term plan. It's an important issue to put it out, and it needs to be probably dealt with on its own. The way I read option one is that this will allow us to do that.
Thank you, Rodney. Not sure whether Callum or Cedric wants to answer that for us.
So we previously identified that the primary issue with that was causing vehicles to use Clark Road was the fact that the Tapuna Station Road, Tapuna Road intersection had not been upgraded. We're currently developing a design to basically undertake that upgrading. That's gone through the concept design stage. It's gone through a safe system audit, and we're now about to go into detailed design. So the plan is to basically implement that upgrade before the end of the year, and then that then provides a route for heavy vehicles from the JMC site. That it means they don't have to go down Clark Road. Once we have that intersection upgraded, we could introduce a heavy vehicle ban on Clark Road, which would address one of the major issues that we have there. Ultimately, it's a 4.9 metre carriageway, which is not sufficient for the volume of traffic that was using the road before Tapuna Station Road was closed. So at some point we need to consider whether we widen the road and what width we widen it to.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. So, oh, sorry, Rodney, sorry, I was jumping ahead. We're struggling to hear you again.
The question I have is when will that come back to us as elected members? And the second question was, will the process outline of option one allow for more full consultation on all these matters with the community?
So in terms of, I didn't really catch all of the second question, but the first one, when is that process going to come back to elected members? I think I heard that fairly clearly.
So in terms of the upgraded Tapuna Station Road, Tapuna Road, there would be no reason to bring this back to elected members. It's just a low-cost, low-risk project that we would implement in accordance with our programme. And in terms
I'd like to think you would at least inform elected members at some point, because this has been such an issue in the community. We'll want to know when that's happening.
But we wouldn't come back for a decision.
For approval, sure, understand that.
In terms of heavy vehicle ban on Clark Road, that's something that might take a bit longer, depending on when we decide to undertake a review of the traffic and parking enforcement bylaw.
Thank you for that. Mayor.
Thank you. My concern here is that we're just consulting again and again on the same topic, and it's again over consulting. So my understanding up to this point had been that we're going to apply the LGA 74 process to stop the road, and now we hear that it's might be just doing it as a bylaw to stop everything but pedestrians and cyclists. That's quite a different process. So I'd just like some clarity on where we're heading with this, and do we need to consult again? Because I'm really disappointed if we have to consult on it again, because it's just been done to death. In terms of,
So there's advantages to leaving the road as a road. One of the key advantages is there's a wastewater main on the road. If we stop the road and it just becomes just a general parcel, then we would then need to you know, following water services is going to have to become a CCO and whatnot, we would then have to place an easement over that wastewater main so that they could maintain that wastewater main on what is effectively council property, but a piece of property that's not subject to Local Government Act conditions for roads. So that would be one of the reasons for keeping it as road.
So just to be clear, at the moment, the proposal from council is that it remains as road, but it's stopped for motor vehicles.
Indefinite period term.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henry.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused with the recommendation up there. For a starter, we had not greatly overwhelming, but 100 or so more people said that they wanted the Te Puna Station Road closed, which was the majority. And based on the information that I was basing my decision on by supporting the road closure, was that the bank was not sufficient to be able to maintain the traffic flow along there. And we'd heard this from way back in Gary Ellis's days and still heard it up to a few months ago. And now it seems as though it could be able to be reinstated. But is that going to be a huge cost to reinstate and support that bank for road travel along that strip of river?
So we've estimated the cost of remediating the riverbank to the stage that allows two-way traffic back onto the road to be $5 million. Now the issue is we could spend the $5 million and then reinstate two-lane traffic on the road, and then 5 years' time or 10 years' time we have another major storm that washes out another piece of the bank, and then you're then faced with spending another $5 million or $10 million to reinstate that piece of the bank. So really it's more of a long-term decision. It's like if we commit $5 million to reinstating the bank now, does that mean that we're willing to reinstate it, you know, down the line when it happens again? And it will happen again, because this is not the first time that the riverbank has collapsed in response to, you know, heavy rain event.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, just adding to Callum's, I think one of the key differences is also the risk profile of a cycleway and pedestrian way versus cars. So I think the fact that the cycleway is minimal work required to actually formalise it into a cycleway, because we're just using the existing hard stand. So if there is a slip or significant storm event, it's actually still quite minimum cost, because we actually haven't invested in the 5 million like we would have done if we had have put back to 2 lanes. So I think it's really I'd be looking at it from a risk profile perspective between cyclists and vehicle users.
Thank you for that explanation. Councillor Murray-Benge.
First question, sir, to Cedric is, could the road be banned to heavy trucks if it was open to cars and cyclists, but not to trucks? Could we do that?
I'll get Rachel to comment on that, please.
Perhaps just through you, Mr. Chair, just to say that a bylaw process has its own set of considerations that council must go through. So bearing in mind that we are in LTP deliberations, I want to be quite careful that council is not seen to be predetermining an outcome of a separate process that is to come in the future.
Okay, thank you.
I don't understand that, sir. We've been told that the road will be closed only to cyclists and motorbikes. And anybody else who wants to push through.
No, I don't think that's what we've been told at all.
But we do have roads where trucks aren't allowed.
Yeah, correct. And I can remember asking about that in a workshop months ago, struggling to recall the actual answer we got, I must confess. Anyway, I've got a couple more questions. Murray?
Yes, so following on from what we just heard from Cedric, that means, as I now understand this, option 1A is that the word potential closure does not actually apply. It's the ultimate closure we're talking about, which is a totally different thing to potential closure. I understood that there was some disquiet about the original process that went out, and the man says we've consulted to death, but the figures that were taken out to the public for consultation were dubious, to say the least. And so because we weren't sure of what was happening, this new recommendation was brought to us. Just give us a bit more time to really go and look at things in depth and consider the potential closure. Now I'm hearing it's the ultimate closure. We're going to close it regardless. We just don't know how we're going to do it. So am I now understanding that correctly, that that is our position and that's what that means and not what it says?
Oh, Callum.
So the prohibition would be in for an indefinite period, but by virtue of the fact that we would not stop the road, if this council or a new council, 5-10 years down the line, decided they wanted to spend the money and reopen the road to traffic, to vehicular traffic, then by virtue of the fact that the road is still a road, albeit unformed road effectively, you could do that. So what we're proposing is an indefinite closure, but one that can be reversed, should the council in the future decide that they want to do that.
So it would still be legally a road, but it would only be open to cyclists and foot traffic.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you. So I've got Grant next.
Just in response to James' question, I was having similar considerations myself. If it was no longer classified as a road, but just general land, whose responsibility would it become? Maintain the riverbank in the event of erosion?
I'm not really sure whether that question's relevant if we're talking about maintaining it as a roadway, not as a general title. So I don't think there's any suggestion of doing that, Grant. Well, from what we've just been told, I thought Callum was quite clear that maintain it as a legal roadway, but it would only be open to cyclists and foot traffic.
I'm happy to answer the question if you want.
Thank you.
Although it wouldn't be a road, the land would be owned by the Transportation Department, so the Transportation Department would be responsible for maintaining it.
I guess, there's been talk, it hasn't been clear whether it would be closed or not, and yes, I guess if it's a cycleway, effectively it is a road, but who knows down the track if this comes up again, if it is ever to be closed. I was just wondering about the implications of future erosion, because it is likely to happen if we don't do a proper fix on it. Then surely regional council would come into play with the future rehabilitation.
I think it's hard to say that. We're effectively facing a climate crisis in which scouring of council assets and erosion of council assets is going to become more and more prevalent. So I don't know what assumptions we can make for the future, but I think it's unlikely that we're going to have the resources in the future to address every single piece of road that may be damaged by river scour or storm damage.
And just finally, in terms of option 2, the budget put in for year 1 is $2 million. It does say this project may attract some subsidy from Waka Kotahi. So the budget is the worst possible scenario, and that could potentially be reduced by 51% FAR or 71% even.
It's likely that we will receive some sort of funding from Waka Kotahi, but Waka Kotahi will not fund an option which they think is over and above what the road actually needs. So they'll place a limit on the amount of money that they'll give us. And if they think that one option is more cost effective for them, then they'll effectively fund us to the value of that option. And then if you want to go with a better option, then council would need to find additional money.
For example, one lane versus 2 lanes.
Yeah.
So we're not dealing with an open checkbook. Thank you. Councillor Henry.
Just further comments that have been made, decision will leave it temporary prohibition on Station Road, and we'll leave it open for subsequent councils who might decide that they want to reinstate. That is leaving the problem, like the sore is still festering in the community in my mind. But the question I have is, are we likely to have any legal petitioning to us to open it for such industry that may want to use that road? By leaving it open endlessly. That's what it sounded like.
So all discussions with potential developers of the Tupuna Business Park we have agreed with the transportation experts that Tupuna Road would be the route for vehicles to and from the business park. So Tupuna Station Road does not really have an impact on Tupuna Business Park traffic. That's the purpose for upgrading Tupuna Station Road, Tupuna Road. The reason that they'll use Tupuna Road is because that provides direct access to the TNL, which will be constructed in 2027. And that's the other point I wanted to make. In 2027, the TNL will open, and the traffic effects that we're seeing at the moment will be diminished from what we're seeing at the moment. That we can't. What we see at the moment in terms of rat running, in terms of heavy vehicles using Quark Road, that type of thing, we're not expecting to see that, after the TNL has been opened.
Just if I could ask a question myself on that regard, so that you talked about the upgrade to Tupuna Road, Tupuna Station Road intersection. Presumably, once that was in place and the bylaw change, there could be a prohibition on heavy traffic travelling through Clark Road, like we have at Wilson Road at Paengaroa.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Thank you. So I think we had one last one here. Yeah, did you want to move, please?
I'd actually like to move option 2, that council reinstates Tupuna Station Road to one-way traffic.
Second that, Sue.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Are there any speakers then to the motion? Councillor Cox here.
Given the budget of $2 million and the potential for up to a 71% subsidy from Waka Kotahi, dependent on certain criteria, obviously, I don't believe there's much difference in the cycleway in terms of cost and risk as opposed to a one-way traffic. I think the point that's not being recognised is Tupuna Station Road is not a residential road, but Clark and Tupuna roads are both residential roads, and we talk about the safety of the slips and the road itself, but what we're not considering is the safety of the residents on those streets. And there are so many near misses, so many issues with both roads at the moment. As I've said all along, I mean, as you know, I've had issues myself along Clark Road, but they're also having near misses all the time along Tupuna Road with the number of trucks. It's the trucks that are the problem, not the cars. So, and the other thing that I did raise, obviously, in the last workshop was about Waipuna Hospice and their ability to be able to get out in a flood situation, which has occurred several times in the past. And if we shut this road off, they have no access back the other way along Tupuna Station Road, which is the way they have gone in the past to avoid the flooding on the paddocks next to State Highway 2 and to having to exit directly onto State Highway 2. So that's what I've got to say about that. Oh, sorry, no, one last thing. Given when we went out with submissions, I feel it was misleading the percentage that this would add to ratepayers when it went out to the whole district. If you're going to tell people that this is going to cost them for the bells and whistles two-way option, 4.89% more on their rates, without taking into account any subsidy, I believe that was misleading. And of course, people were going to vote against it who knew nothing about what was going on here.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Granger.
Thanks, sir. I shall support this motion because I have been totally misunderstood what was going on with the recommended option. I thought there was still potential to look at this in a considered manner I now find that we've just decided to close it. So I can't support option 1, so therefore I'll support option 2.
Okay, Mayor?
No, I won't be supporting this one. It's a divided issue. Noting from the consultation, the majority preferred closing, but I do acknowledge it's a divided one. You don't spend multi-million dollars on a divided issue like this. To Tracy's point, Tupuna Road is the way out. I know there's some residents on there who would prefer it wasn't, or think it's a quiet residential road. It is the main road and always will be in and out of Tupuna. And to try and consider otherwise is just not real. To the point about the potential closure, I'd assumed when I read that question that it was about, because we'd have to consult again to LGA 74. Apparently that's not the way we're doing that now. I think the new proposal of a bylaw to close it to anyone but pedestrians and cycling is a neat solution that does actually give us options for the future. It keeps it that, you know, if whatever reason down the line we want to open it, we can do. But when we've got acute cost pressures, spending millions of dollars on a project which is not, the majority don't favour, I just can't support that. And as has been said before from many in the community, even if there hadn't been a storm, quite a few people would support closing the road anyway because of the rat running and other issues. I would also want to say that I do acknowledge the issues that Clark Road has had, and I'm absolutely supporting mitigation issues for that. But as it is, I can't support spending all that money on making it one way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murray-Benge.
Tupuna Station Road has existed for a very long time, and it's true, we do have to put a bulldozer along there to clear the road sometimes after a storm. I listened to Pirurakau making a submission, and their problem was that the power site is actually on private land, private farmland up above. And so I didn't see their issue as being as compounding as it might have been. I do feel that Clark Road, the cost of maintaining Tupuna Station Road will be a fraction of the cost of doing Clark Road properly. And you can't do anything unless you curb and channel it, and then you've got all sorts of things, and you'll have cycleways and goodness knows what on it. And I want to talk about Tupuna Road because it is the main road for the area. But Tupuna Road, for those people who've lived on it for a very long time, they cannot get on and off that road safely. We've had submissions on it, nobody listens to them, and it's when we get the speed reduction, it may help a little, but it is frightening for them trying to make right-hand turns to get into their property. So what they have to do is turn down Clark Road, go round the back and try and come in from the left-hand side. And so it's not fit for purpose. It's a road, but it was designed for, I don't know what it was designed for. It's a main route and it will link into the state highway, the new one, when it's eventually built, but it's not fit for purpose. And I listen to the people who live along there, and you cannot ignore what they are saying. How can you take a main road like that, say it's going to take any truck that wants to come along there, and take away the people's rights to get on and into and out of their properties? Then when you take a Clark Road and you start to upgrade that, that will cost, really, sir, millions of dollars as well. You can puddle around with it and do a little bit here and there, but it won't be done properly. And so as for Tupuna Station Road, probably the cycleway should never have been built because it's that's fallen into the river, and to then close the road so that cyclists can go down that road and motorbikes can go down that road, you're going to create an anti-social environment. And so I support the option 2, and I just believe we've got it all wrong. And it may be that the community's divided. Priority Tupuna don't want it open because they don't want the trucks. And so I'm told that we can get rid of the trucks if we do a bylaw. So that's an option there that is not taken away if we go to option 2. So it's, certainly cannot vote against with anything else other than option 2.
Thank you. Rodney, if we could come to you, please.
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yes, now.
Good. Let's hope it lasts. I don't support this, unfortunately. The issue is not the slips coming down onto Puna Station Road. The issue is Puna Station Road slipping into the river. So these are tombos, they're very expensive to fix. And as the engineers have said, you fix them and then they'll happen again, or quite likely to happen again. We need to look forward and address the issues in Clark Road and Puna Road, and that's where we should be spending our money long term. It'll have a much more beneficial impact for the people of Te Puna if we fix those issues than if we reopen this road, which will only be used as a rat run road for a few years, and then the Northern Link will open in 2029, we're now told by NZTA. And then we've been throwing good money after that. Yes, we need to address the Clark Road issues. Yes, we need to address the Te Puna Road issues, but they will still be there. They will still be there no matter what we do with Te Puna Station Road. So let's spend the money where it has the most benefit for our residents of Te Puna.
Thank you. Grant.
Yeah, I've got a few points. I know the cultural concerns is one of the big issues with this closure proposal. I looked to my own side of the district with Waitangi. They had a urupa that was bisected by a state highway, which is now a local road which we administer. That was significant cultural concern for the community. We addressed it with the Te Puke, with the TL opening, whereby some urbanisation improvements in Waitangi and also stabilising the urupa banks to prevent further erosion there. And so it is a concern when you do get further erosion on sites like that. And it's actually for that reason that I support reopening the road to one road and this to one way and this option, because I think fixing the road will actually make the banks on the upside of the road more resilient, and also the riverside can be made more resilient. The difference between the cycle lane costing and the one-way costing, 1 million to 2 million, with a probable likelihood of a greater subsidy from NZTA for the 2 million, probably brings the cost back to almost an insignificant, not insignificant, but a reasonably close run thing. And there's also the question of the shag tree, which has been addressed many times, and even in the Te Puna community plan, it's identified as a significant tonga for the community. And I think that a minimal approach to a cycleway remediation would actually endanger the shag tree. And so I've been looking at slip and erosion works that have been occurring in other parts of the district, quite a few of which as a result of the same storm events that closed Te Puna Station Road. We've got Rocky Cutting Road, Te Puke Quarry Road, and Number 4 Road Bridge, obviously. If we were to just close every single road that gets hit by a slip or erosion, then we're not going to have many roads, and a lot of our residents are going to have to travel for miles to get where they want to go.
Please, Graham, I think focus on the issue. There's no plans for council to close other roads. You've heard very extensive monies planned to be spent to address roads that have been impacted.
In some ways, it's a precedent for possible future direction, and so I'm concerned about that. I do think we have the technology and the capability to fix the the riverside especially. You know, I've looked at the number 4 road bridge remediation and the, just even in the short term repair to install the Bailey Bridge was just incredible, you know, and the big boulders solution I think are very effective, and I think, you know, a bit more money up front, opening the road. I know the rat runners are going to be a little problem for a few years, but the heavy trucks going down to Puna Road, that intersection is going to need upgrading, quite significant upgrading, quite expensive upgrading to accommodate that. And, you know, that's not going to happen overnight. So for all those reasons, I'm in favour of option 1.
Option 1, okay.
Option 2, sorry. Thank you.
Andy, yes.
I view this as a long-term fix. We're trying to shoehorn a short-term fix into a long-term problem. Having lived on a Wairoa River for 30 years of my life, the one in Northern Hawke's Bay, the continual effect of a river on the curve of a bend just over time continues to erode, and the likelihood that Te Puna Station Road will exist in its current location down the track is highly unlikely. I think the money for a long-term solution should be spent where the road for access into Puna is going to be, which I understand that is Te Puna Road. That's where the focus needs to be, the solid link to the TNL and that intersection that will be happening at that point, which should be the main long-term focus of dealing to the traffic in that area. I would understand that that would have significant funding from development. Am I getting a nod somewhere? Development type contributions will be funding part of that, so there'll be a significant funding source there. I acknowledge the pain, the temporary pain, to try and solve a long-term problem with Clark Road. And once again, whatever money we spend there will be a long-term solution. It won't be taken away. So I can't support this motion.
Thank you. Finally, Councillor Thwaites, and then I'll be putting the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I won't be supporting this motion to reopen it to one way. I do take heart from Callum's that this is not terminal, this is not shut forever, and who knows, in 3 years' time, something might be investigated. Hasn't been discussed today, but the commissioners are currently pending the future use of that container co or the land use. There's a big chunk of land for sale, which may have implications in the future on how much ultimately it's going to do. Obviously, there is a concern on Te Puna Road, the right-hand turn in. It's quite dangerous in a blind corner. So whether our temporary repairs are going to be sufficient to address the long-term issues that what could be established down there, who knows? And I think that there might be a second stage even needed to that. So I don't support it. I do feel sorry for the rat runs using Clark Road. They're using it for 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. So 6% of the week they get inundated. I sat at the corner of my road this morning. 500 cars an hour were going down Snodgrass Road. 500 were staying on State Highway 2, join the 500 who join the road from Te Puna. It's only 1,500, like I've told you before, can actually go across the Wairoa Bridge. 500 are going down Snodgrass Road and ultimately coming up Clark Road, because that's just the way it goes. But there's no doubt that the passage from the Te Puna roundabout to the bridge is a lot faster since Wairoa Road closed. And every school kid is getting the benefit of getting that 10 minutes early to school. The trucks who stay on the road are getting there faster, so I can't support it reopening until the TNL opens.
Okay, so I did say I'd put the motion, but I'll let Councillor Coxhead have her right of reply.
So just in closing, I just want to say I find it interesting that we're anticipating future events that may or may not happen. And if we are doing this in this instance, then surely we must be doing that with everything. And sort of to Councillor Daly's point, really, you know, does that mean that we're going to take this sort of lens over every new road that we're looking at or every repair that we're looking at? I mean, you look at the extensive work that has happened up Rocky Cutting Road, and I mean, that's not a well-populated area compared to many others in the district, and there's been an awful lot of money spent on that. And the reality is, since 2017, only 213,000 has been spent on maintenance on this road. And to the cultural concerns, that's never been properly addressed either. So the fact that that bank is still going to keep coming down where the par side is not addressing the issue that is the concern of the local iwi, which we have not talked about at all. And opening or closing the road either way makes no difference to that.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll put the put the proposal. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? No.
No.
Have a show of hands then, please. All those in favour? All right, division then. So, all those in favour? There's 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. All those against? Including Rodney. Yeah, good question. So, there were 4 in favour, 8 against. So the motion I declare lost. So is there an alternative proposal? Does someone wish to go back to option 1? You happy to move, Councillor Henry? Oh, were you wanting to, do you want to second that, Councillor Joyce? Great, thank you. Surely no one needs to speak to this after we've been around the traps over the previous one. I'll put the recommendation then. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carry. Certainly. Others? Yes. Who was the other one that voted again? Murray, did you want your vote recorded? No. Okay. And the advantages and for the recommendation there, you comfortable with those? Responds to the majority of submission points that supported Council's preferred options. Road users would be less exposed to the risk of future slips or deterioration of existing slips. It's the lowest cost option. It responds to the submission by Puri Rakau and responds to concerns relating to heavy traffic on Clark Road.
Can I suggest that, given the korero this morning, that it also maintains optionality for the future?
Okay, that's a good point. And Councillor Granger?
Well, I go back to my point earlier, sir. If that word potential does mean potential, then it doesn't actually respond to the submissions by Piri Rakau, because they just wanted it close. But so I can't see how we can say that at the same time.
Well, would you rather say acknowledges the submission? Would that be soften it a bit from Piri Rakau? It does, as you say, it doesn't. The point you're making is it's not confirmed as a permanent closure.
No, well, I mean, we acknowledge
Or at
everybody's
this
submission.
stage.
We acknowledge everybody's submissions, do we not?
Yeah, yeah.
So we don't need to say that.
Okay. All right. There doesn't seem to be, I mean, well, there's perhaps a little bit of unease. There doesn't seem to be widespread concern, so I think we just leave it. Okay. Please, if we could go on to solid waste. And did I see Kerry come in or not? Councillor Murray-Benge.
I don't have any questions, sir. I think option 1 speaks for itself. Happy to move it.
Okay, well, I'll just hold that for a moment. Councillor Granger?
A question, sir?
Yeah. Kerry, would you like to come to the front, please?
Option 1 says that we agree to defer the matter in consideration of any funding in the long-term plan. So my question is, what is project 344401 of $1 million spent in Amokoroa in 2028? If we're not spending money, why have we got $1 million in there?
I understand that project is for the investigation of a centre within Amokoroa. Of a recycle centre transfer station, everything within Amokoroa without checking it. What was the project number, sorry?
344401, 344401, $1 million. But we say we're not going to spend any money, but we're going to spend $1 million. That's my question. Doesn't matter what it's on, really.
Just while they're perhaps checking that out, are there any other questions?
Does say consideration of funding for implementation. Doesn't say consideration funding for investigation, it says implementation.
Okay, so that may well relate. Have we got an explanation yet?
Yeah, so that was a separate project for the investigation of a recycle centre transfer station in Amokoroa.
So that reinforces what the Mayor's just said, that there's nothing for implementation, but there is for investigation.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you for that. Are there any, sorry, back to Councillor Granger.
Then my question would be, why would we investigate something that we're never going to do?
I don't think the plan was never.
Oh, we're not going to do it.
You're not going to do it within this time frame.
10 years. So why spend money in 2028 for something that's outside?
It'd be moved out further. Is that what you're saying? Do we have a response at all to that?
You could move that money out further, but we are looking sub-regionally at waste infrastructure, and whether that happens in 3 years or 10 years, we'll still keep looking at it because we need to do something.
So if you've still got a follow-up question.
I accept that we need to do something, sir. I just think we're getting mixed messages. That's all. That's fine.
So you think we're getting ahead of the game is the point you... if we could go to you, please, Councillor Joyce.
My question is related to that. How does it cost $1 million to investigate that? That seems a lot of money for investigation.
The million, yeah, I think that's probably a number that's been put in there. I guess originally it was to look at the purchase of land and maybe to purchase land for a transfer station recycle centre, but once we started looking at land, we realised that, or soon realised that that was never going to go anywhere near buying the land that we needed for the facility.
So is it fair to interpret your response there that $1 million for investigation could be a reduced sum?
Yes.
Can I suggest we move? Sorry.
Sorry, were you wanting to add some more there, Councillor
Well,
Joyce?
can I suggest we move option 1 and including the removal of that funding? Because I mean, we should be able to investigate within our current resources shortly. Yeah, we investigate all kinds of things without going out to get special money for it. So I would suggest that we move option 1, including and add to it removal of that project.
Some of these things, my response would be, do cost money, and to remove it entirely may be extreme, perhaps. So there may be a sum needs to be included in there, but I'm open to advice on that. But
we already say in here that it's going to be brought back into the next long-term plan.
Yeah.
So you know, it's already covered by the
interrupt, please. I've just had advice that it's not rates funded money at all. It's money that comes from the waste minimisation levy. So I shouldn't say we need to find another home for it if we don't spend it here, but It's not a rates impact. So what I'm saying is we probably don't need to acknowledge what you've been suggesting. You comfortable with that response?
That's fine. I would just point out that we also plan to bring this back in the next long-term plan process, which seems an appropriate time to worry about what we're going to investigate.
Mayor James, you were wanting...
Yeah, no, I think it's a very keenly held desire for a transfer station in our district, particularly since Malimi Street closed. And I'm quite keen that that happens sooner rather than later. I acknowledge it's not going to happen straight away, but just sort of, if there's no chance of it happening in the next 10 years, that would be a disappointment for me. So, you know, I think we need to investigate it, and then next LTP, we're ready to go with whether we press the button or not.
Yeah.
So that would be my view, that we spend the money that's not rates money on investigating it, and then make the decision in 2027 about whether we proceed or not.
Right.
We're also, can I just add, we're also working sub-regionally on that with Tauranga City Council, and it was them that put the submission in for the $8 to $12 million. One of the benefits of working sub-regionally with them on the waste infrastructure is that they are putting a lot of money into various reports on the situation, so we're just piggybacking on that a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Got another question here from Councillor Murray Benge.
No, my question actually was answered by Kerry. I think that working with Tauranga on an issue like this, everybody enjoyed Malini Street.
If you said your question was answered, we won't have a speech now, please. So we've got another question over here.
No, just an understanding of there was a certain amount of council time that's council staff's time that's involved in that. Is this option including that? You know, the money that you've got in there, was that concluding that?
That will come under BAU for the staff investigating the time.
Okay.
Investigation time.
So we need to put that in somewhere that it's not council.
We also, as was alluded to, like the waste minimisation fund will, a portion of that can be used towards that, and that can't go anywhere else. It has to be used for waste minimisation initiatives. So, so we do have that fund, and also once we get to the stage of needing to build infrastructure, there's different government funds that we'll be applying to.
Yeah, I think that's something that's very important. That
come on, is this still question?
Yeah.
Don't want you making...
Well, why isn't it written in there that it is that where the money is
specified? Well, I'm sure it is.
I think it needs
in
to
the project list, is it not? Yeah, we can make sure that it is specified in the project. So with that, do we have someone willing to move the recommendation? Councillor Thwaites, seconded Councillor Henry. Are there any speakers? Councillor Murray Benge.
I think our council has kept up to the mark with our environmental and rubbish disposal, and I think we have quality staff that are quite capable of working with TCC and making sure they get the best results for the whole community. It's been a huge disappointment when Malini Street closed, and people were prepared to go there. And there's another area around Bay Park somewhere where you can go, but it's just a little bit further away. And so I think wish you well, and we look forward to the results that you actually can implement. We can implement. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Henry.
I think this is a great thing to be putting, even if we're putting our money behind. I think it's a great thing to do, and I know that a lot of people in the community wonder why we haven't moved with other councils, and we know that other councils have moved and then decided that they weren't ready to do it because their people weren't ready to do it. They didn't understand about how to recycling, and I really appreciate that you do know what is needed, and we need to take our people with them, and that is a slower process. And that's why we need to have it in the next long-term plan, so we signal that we're continuing with the work that you've been doing.
Thank you. Councillor Thwaites.
Exhausted. Yeah, look, I take great heart that this is going to be referred to the 2737 process. I think it's important that it does continue. To me, it's logical. The Truman Lane project we thought was going to go ahead with massive expansion. That's now not going ahead at Tauranga City, so they'll need to act on it fast. To me, the logical thing is obviously a superstructure down in the Tauriko catchment, which would take in the whole of the Western Bay. It's on the road to the landfill dump where it goes, so it's heading the right way. It's only going to be 10 minutes away from Mamokoro in the new motorway system, so it's a logical place, and I just hope it progresses and the two councils start working together and we can recycle a whole lot of building projects and a whole lot of waste in that and put a decent facility in one place and both contribute towards it, and I see it as plus, so yep.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. The advantages? No comments there? No question?
I can't see them.
On page 86.
Will it include the minimisation scheme, sir, to fund this proposal and working with TCC?
Well, it specifically says in the advantages aligns with waste minimisation plan actions and objectives. Collaborative work with other councils in the sub-region, it already says that. Thank you. All right, well, the last one. Yep, it's mentioned there. Okay, all right, thank you for that. If we could move to community building, please. Welcome, Jody. First question up, Councillor Granger.
I was just going to say that Jody and the team have done a very good job addressing all the concerns and what happened, and I'm happy to move the motion, sir.
Okay, well, I'll just check there's no other questions. There are some questions. Councillor Daly.
My question is regarding the Te Puke Community Board submission and development of a community-led community plan. I acknowledge the staff narrative. The requirement for further community-led planning to be undertaken can be determined at the completion of the Te Puke Spatial Plan. Jody, what's your position on the funding request for the community planning? There's nothing specifically on the recommendation other than Council continues to work with key partners alongside Te Puke Community Board on delivery of local priorities for community and economic development, including for community input into Te Puke Spatial Plan.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I just want to acknowledge that submission from the Te Puke Community Board and their request to, or their decision to set aside $10,000 of their budget towards that work, which is great. What wasn't clear was how much additional funding would be required from council general rates funding towards that. So until that work is sort of carried out, we don't actually know what that quantum of funding is, hence the reason I didn't put in a dollar amount for that. What I would say though is that we also don't need to, acknowledging that the spatial plan is underway and there's some really good work coming out of that, we don't need to wait until the spatial plan is finished to be progressing some of those community-led projects, and that's probably a discussion that we can have with the community board around, with that $10,000 that you want committed, what really is it that you're looking for there? The submission sort of suggested that it was a person, almost like a dedicated coordinator. I think that our recommendation at this stage is that there's not enough rationale for why we would have that and have the additional rates funding contribution towards a role like that. But that's further discussions that we can have as the spatial plan progresses.
I know it's probably too soon to say, but I know in previous discussions, we've considered maybe some reallocation of the the town centre development fund for purposes such as community planning or town centre planning. So I guess you haven't had a chance to put any thought into that or concreteness, but in terms of the Prime Minister's or the announcements at the super local last week about the government's intention to remove the 4 well-beings from the Local Government Act, is there likely to be any, I know it's probably too soon once again to decide what effect that's going to have on this particular aspect of the LTP. Have you got any thoughts?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that's really up to elected members to discuss in due course as those announcements roll out more. At this stage, we've just got a very high-level speech and then a press conference afterwards. We don't really have anything further than that at this point. But any decisions around council's levels of service and the things that you view as your key activities in the district will be up to you to have.
Just a question about I may have been napping when this came up, but I didn't, not that I have an issue with it either, but I just wasn't aware of, works with the Daily Charitable Trust to prepare a brief for the Mayor on the Te Puke Lunches in Schools program. I can't remember that one, that's all.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, that was a submission that came into us from CoLab on behalf of the Daily Charitable Trust. I have set it out in the issues and options paper in summary what the issue is there. What they have requested is that essentially that council advocates to central government around the funding that the Daily Trust is going to lose as a result of the changes to the Lunches in Schools program and the impact that will have. So we're not really, at this stage, we're not saying that council should advocate for that, but we want to do a bit more work, put together a bit of a brief for the Mayor, and then that will be a decision to make around whether that advocacy happens or not.
Sorry. Do we have someone then willing to move the recommendation? Councillor Granger, Councillor Coxhead. Don't see anyone wishing to speak. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried.
Thank you.
And so just in relation to those advantages, level of comfort there. Seeing some nods, thank you. Next up, we have then economic development. Don't go too far, Jodie. Oh, can we jump one then, can we? Is that what?
That's fine.
Oh, you.
I've got community engagement.
Sorry. All right. I've turned 2 pages again. Community engagement.
So
Any questions?
Just happy to move.
Thank you.
happy to second.
No speakers. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And the advantages?
It's a no-brainer to do otherwise.
Okay, thank you. We're happy with that. So then the economic development one, please, Jodie. Any questions for Jodie here? Looks like no questions. Do we have a mover then?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was a little bit behind there. I think this one talks about, this is the contradiction with the first issue and option we had, because it says that council continues to fund economic development at its current level as set out in the draft LTP. And I think we were talking about flatlining TBOP and priority 1. So I just want to make sure that consistency is there.
So thank you. Jodie.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would recommend that we, so that's right, that hasn't come through into this option, but based on the decision that was made, or the recommendation that was made around the first issues and options paper, which is the project timing and rates affordability IOP. I think we just need to reflect that in there. So if it said that council continues to fund economic development, noting the reductions agreed in the project timing and rates affordability IOP, and then you can just roll with the rest of that option from that point.
You comfortable, Mr. Mayor, that that's the appropriate way to explain it?
That'd be perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murray-Benge.
I support the recommendations. I do wonder about the film Bay of Plenty. They used to do a lot of filming for advertisements within the Bay, and I tend to see this one as being one that it's time they stood on their own. And how much, it's irrelevant, I should do the homework on that, but I do think it's time they stood on their own. But on the other one, sir, I think
What's the
it's
question?
an ongoing debate.
Okay. Councillor Sol.
Yes, basically, I would look the other area in here. I just asked why we perhaps haven't also mentioned, with acknowledges the submission from Tauranga Maori Business Association, that we don't also relate to the Tauranga what are they?
Chamber of Commerce?
Sorry?
Chamber of Commerce?
Chamber of Commerce, yes. Who they do belong to encourage them to actually take this on as well. Is that, would that be fair? Sorry, the question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that the Tauranga Māori Business Association have now set themselves up as an independent organisation, hence the reason that they put in a submission requesting funding. So what we have responded to in the IOP is those particular submissions that we received. But I acknowledge what you're saying about when we're discussing this with Toi Kairawa, the Māori Economic Development Agency, and Priority One, we should also be engaging with the Tauranga Chamber of Commerce
Which
as well.
they are members of.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Looking like there's no more questions. So do we have a mover and a seconder? Moved Councillor Murray-Benge, seconded Councillor Sol. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? No. Carried. Yep. Got that, haven't you? Yes. Going to the advantages, disadvantages. Any comments there? Satisfied with those? Right. All right. Thank you, Jodie.
Thank you.
And I will call a halt to proceedings there, and we'll go for lunch. If we can be back here at 1 o'clock, please. All right, folks, as I said, we'd recommence at 1 o'clock. It's now 1 o'clock, so welcome back. And we will get underway. So we're through to planning for the future. And we have Natalie and Emily here to talk to us, or if they want to say anything.
Thanks, Chair John. We're happy to take the paper as read, and if there are any questions, please let us know.
Fantastic, thank you. Questions, councillors? They're still finding the page. So it seems like there's no questions.
Happy to move, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Option 1.
We have a mover from the Mayor and seconded by Councillor Granger. We are indeed. Thank you, Councillor Murray-Bench.
I remain of the view that climate change is an issue for the Regional Council and we should not be involved. I think nobody actually agrees with me around the table, but I feel very strongly about that. If we were a unitary authority and had the functions of the Regional Council, then yes, it would be our responsibility. But we're spending about 25 million on it, and I just think it's something that we should not be doing.
I think we probably should get some comment on that figure that's been bandied around there. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I took it that that was the question you were asking.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did have a submission that suggested that council was spending, there was non-capital expenditure of $25.4 million being spent on climate change planning. We did a pretty thorough analysis and have been very involved in the LTP process and cannot see how that figure has been derived. Yeah, and as we put in there, we are not currently budgeting to spend $25.4 million on climate change planning.
Yeah, so that was a submission figure rather than a council figure. Thank you for that clarification.
So the answer is what, Jodie? What are we spending?
The answer is that we are not spending $25.4 million on climate change planning.
Yes, but I asked, what are we spending?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think the majority of council's climate change planning budget is spent through our natural hazards planning work, which is a requirement of the Resource Management Act and the national policy statements that are already in place for territorial authorities to have a very active part in. And so we do take that role, and that is probably the majority of our non-capital spend.
I'll get an additional comment from Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Between myself and Natalie, so we have spoken repeatedly about our natural hazards planning coalition that we have with our partner councils, most notably Tauranga City Council and the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. And that is primarily to ensure that we work collaboratively in commissioning models around coastal inundation and rainfall intensity. That's largely to assist with our growth planning endeavours and our infrastructure renewal obligations. I would suggest that our budget would be in or around no more than $150,000 a year.
Okay. So $1.5 million over 10 years rather than 25. So just, I know I got myself a little bit lost there. Just going back and confirming the Mayor moved the recommendation and Councillor Murray-Bench seconded it, was that right? Granger, is that, sorry. So, okay, cool. So another speaker here in Councillor Daly.
Is it too late for question?
Well, it is really, we've moved on, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just conscious of the Te Puke Spatial Plan submission. It is acknowledged that the submission was made, but they've continually suggested the need to widen the scope of the Te Puke Spatial Plan review, and I know that's maybe can be addressed through the Te Puke Spatial Plan Committee, but I just want to acknowledge that that is a significant contributor to the Te Puke township, and the scope of the spatial plan review is probably quite constrained.
Thank you, Emily.
Through you, Chair John, I think the key thing here is that whilst the Te Puke spatial plan is primarily focused around the urban centre of Te Puke and the villages of Manawika and Waitangi, it is within the context of the wider setting that Te Puke sits within, both the Eastern Corridor and beyond our district boundaries. So it's not only focused on Te Puke completely insularly.
Okay, with that, I will put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And we're comfortable with the decision, reasons there? No reasons for that one. Okay, thank you. All right, recreation and open space. So, Mr. Watson, are you, oh yes, he's right here. I was looking for a screen.
I've got pulled out of my lunch to come into this now.
Oh, we're so grateful to you for giving up your precious lunchtime. Do you have any comments before I go to questions? Because we have one waiting. Okay, Councillor Granger.
Thank you. My question is with regard to the last one on that list, Amokoroa Beach area. And my question is, are we going to take that out of recreation and open space, which has absolutely nothing to do with it at all, and put it into somewhere else, wherever it belongs? Because it's certainly not talking about Amokoroa Beach area. The response to that submission is totally inappropriate because it doesn't talk about what the submission is talking about at all. The submission was about identifying high priority areas that need work done on them. It talks about streets, it talks about street lighting, urban facilities, it talks about assets and utilities, it talks about developing an infrastructure plan and an implementation timeline. And the concern of the submitter was that the older area of Amokoroa, which is accurately known on the maps as Amokoroa Beach, has been left behind, and all the development is going into the new area. And he was seeking some equality or between the two areas, just to make sure that things were not left behind in the old village Amokoroa Beach area of Amokoroa. So that was the point of the submission, and the response to it was that we have a plan for the Amokoroa domain. He never mentioned the Amokoroa domain. So it's got lost in translation somewhere, so it needs to be sorted out, fixed up, and a proper response made to it. So it's nothing to do with Peter at all.
So you're comfortable to find the right staff to address that, Mr. Watson?
Mr. Chair, yes, it sounds, having listened to that be said again, that it's definitely, yeah, the Amokoroa Beach thing was probably what caught that out, but understanding the context of that now, it's probably best that's referred to further comment from elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. No other questions? In that case, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder.
Mr. Chairman, I think just on the commentary, I just noticed on the, well, wishing to drag this one up again too much, but about the dog park, the council recently resolved not to proceed with the suggested dog park options at Amokoroa. I think we need to signal that it's proposed for the Prole Road active reserve.
Yeah, so it would be wording around until a suitable site is identified.
Well, no, we've chosen...
Which would likely to be Prole Road.
Well, we've chosen the...
I don't think the Prole Road was the sole...
No, we left the door open for other places should they arise, yeah. But we've signalled it's going to be the Prole Road active reserve, unless something else better comes up.
Yeah. So I think we can reflect that in the commentary. So, Councillor Granger.
Sorry, Chair, all my notations that come through from the old system to the new system, I've missed one, sorry. A question that I do have then for this one is on submission 615, which was about it's put into cycleway improvements, but again, it's really to do with eroding issue and getting some sealing done for a proposal up at the top of Wakamarama for the new cycleways that they want to put in the forest park up there on the old tramways. So again, that one's got totally lost in translation as well, and our response to it is not addressing what should be addressed.
So that can be dealt with in the same process as the earlier one, Mr. Watson?
Yes, it can.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Murray-Benge.
Could you just, I supported what you said, so could you just clarify for me what we're saying regarding the dog park suggestion at the corner of, as being one of the options at the corner of Prole and Mokoro Road? The wording of that is really quite critical.
Well, my recollection of our agreement at earlier meeting was that we rejected the sites that had been
Yes.
Identified and proved contentious, and that it was likely to be at the Prole Road, what was the term you used?
Can I suggest we just take the wording from the minutes of what it was?
Yeah,
decided?
that's a good point.
Rather than try to recall it offhand now.
If we could go back and pull forward the comments that were made in the council meeting, was it? Or was it strategy and policy? Strategy and policy, okay.
Because there was dissent, I think it's really important for the community that they know that that's an option and that there are other options that may come forward.
Okay, thank you. So I think we've exhausted the questions, and I know there's a long list. There's quite a comprehensive amount in this one. Do we have someone willing to move the recommendation there, please? Councillor Daly, we've got a seconder. Councillor Ray. I don't see any speakers. I will put the motion. All in favour? Against? Carried. And the decisions or advantages, sorry, of the decision? No concerns there? All right, thank you. We can move on to representation. Rachel, any comments, or are we straight to questions?
I have no comments, Mr. Chair. I think it's reasonably self-explanatory.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? All right. In that case, do we have someone willing to move the recommendation? Councillor Sol, Mayor Denia. Any speakers? No? All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And the advantage shown for the reason? No concern there? All right. Well done. We're moving down to regulatory services. Thank you, Natasha. Got anything to say, or are we straight to questions?
Straight to questions is fine with me, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Murray-Benge. Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Mayor? No speakers? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? And comfort with the advantage shown? Thank you. All right, well done. Be great if we could make them all that good, wouldn't it? So, we move on to, have I gone too far? I've got wastewater up and my page says stormwater. Yeah. Yeah. I'm getting ahead of the game, I'm sorry. So, is James online, is he? Oh, okay. Oh, Paul's here. Do you want to come and answer all the questions? Yeah. Oh, okay. So we've gone down to water supply. Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions for Paul in regard to water supply? Seems not. You're must have done such a good job, Paul. In that case, excuse me, do we have a mover for the recommendation? Councillor Sol, Councillor Coxhead. Councillor Murray-Benge wishes to speak.
Are we talking on water supply?
Yes, we are.
Right, well, I think the concern...
Stormwater, isn't it?
No, we're on water. Because we're waiting for James, we've jumped down to water supply. Sorry. Yes. Yeah, yeah. You happy? Yeah, okay. Did you have a question, Councillor Murray-Benge?
I think you'd...
Oh, sorry, you were wanting to speak. Sorry.
I remain concerned about the fluoridation because I think there are so many in the community who are anxious about it. And in Christchurch, for example, they haven't considered it at all yet because they've got so many water supplies, it's difficult for them. And we are, in my view, in the same situation. In Christchurch, they have chlorinated water and people queue up at Burnside Park to get water that hasn't been chlorinated. And so people are starting to get concerned about the quality of the water that they actually receive. And until we get some challenging judicial review of the fluoridation, I think we've got no alternative but to accept the recommendation that is in front of us. Reluctantly, I believe it's the community's right to decide, and the health department has taken that right away from them. And so I reluctantly have to support this, but say with a bit of luck, there'll be a judicial review that will clarify the situation for a lot of people, because I can't believe how angry people are on this subject.
I think I need to say something in that I think Christchurch and Western Bay Plenty are quite different in terms of their access to water. I wouldn't want to take away from the job of our esteemed experts at the other end of the room, but Christchurch is much more reliant on shallow bores for their water versus our reliance much more on deep bores, which has a major difference in terms of the underlying water quality. We have a couple of...
Sir, that wasn't what I was saying.
Yeah, but it is, because that's why the requirement is for them to put so much chlorine into the water supply. Perhaps I didn't explain that aspect of it, but that's...
We used to put caustic soda into the water supply to cut out the activity that water has, but people were more afraid of the fluoride than anything else. But Sue, that's not the issue. I raised it because they are not doing it. It's expensive, and we're finding it's expensive. We've got the government saying we'll help fund, and so I'm just saying that it's an issue that people are concerned about, and we can't do anything but wait and see.
Thank you. Got a couple of other speakers. Councillor Sol.
Yes, sir. Basically, I moved this for the same reason. Let's get on with it. Unfortunately, I do not like mass medication either. I'm totally opposed to it. But I also must say, thanks for the work done by staff to actually secure water, drinking, usable, potable water. It's a good job. Let's get on with it, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Henry.
I was going to say a similar thing. Staff I realise I'm caught between a rock and a hard place with the legislation that's come down. But I was very grateful to hear that you're giving an opportunity for those people who do not wish to, and I'm one of them, have fluoridation in my water, an option to actually have water without it. I'm talking about you talked about a tank where the drinking water. I mean, sure, you've got to go out of your way, but at least you're providing an alternative. So thank you very much.
Okay, with that, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And the decisions, you're comfortable with the reasons for the decision? No changes required there? No? Okay, right. We're back to stormwater then. So, James, great to have you there. We're starting, stormwater first. Do you have anything to say before we invite questions?
No, I've got nothing to say, so we'll just take questions if there are any.
Thank you. Councillors, questions? Councillor Murray Benge.
So this will include working closely with the group up in in Waihi Beach.
Yes, that's right. So we'll continue on those relationships and the collaboration that we've had with the SWAT through the Stormwater Liaison Group. And we don't plan to change that work that we're doing at the moment.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll put the recommendation, I'll ask if there's a mover and a seconder first. Councillor Coxhead, Councillor Sol. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And the reason? Satisfied? I haven't kept up myself. Oh, it was only the one option. Okay, yeah. All right.
So I hope that says that we are delighted to be working with the local community to resolve the issues in Waihi Beach. I think that should be recorded. And for some of us who are a bit dumb, getting all this onto one page, I can't see what the recommendations are, the reasons. So it would be lovely if they were up there, really.
Well, I just reminded that there's only one option before us here, and there's no reasons given for why we supported that, because it's not supporting it over some other option. We can note your point that we are certainly pleased to be working with the group there, to using their local knowledge to help resolve the issue.
And acknowledging our staff, sir, who really, the community are very grateful the way they're approaching their negotiations with staff, with the community. It's much to our credit, sir, and it should be acknowledged.
Thank you.
Just very quickly, I appreciate your positive comments, and it's great and nice to hear, but I want to be just maybe a little bit careful about thanking some groups of staff and not other groups, because... Yeah, okay, but what about, the parks team or the regulatory team? We'll be a little bit careful about how we approach that.
We'll thank them all at the end.
Yeah, exactly.
So right, we're moving on to wastewater, please.
Same again, I've got nothing to add, so if there's any questions, happy to take
Okay.
those.
Questions in regard to wastewater? Biggest amount of money we're spending, and it's the recommendation is on page 152, it says. Must have a different book to me.
Just a question, because I know it was put in the submission. I just wanted it sort of publicly noted. That is the expected that council would exceed the agreed discharge limit to TCC, and council is working closely with TCC to address this. When is that likely to happen, and how? And what's the details of monetary?
Yeah, so Omokoro planned for 13,000, expected to reach the daily discharge limit that we have with TCC at around 10 to 11,000 population. I don't know what exact year that is in terms of our population growth figures, but we're currently working with TCC to work through what that means now.
But it's probably at least a decade away by the sound of it.
Yeah.
Right, okay, thank you.
All right, do we have a mover? Whoops. Were you wanting to move, or did you have a question still, Grant?
Yeah, was that a question from James? I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, okay. Just in response to the Karikari Waihi Beach Residents and Ratepayers Association about the staff response about the Waihi Beach water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant should be. The reasons for the upgrade to reinstate the plant following the failure of the liner in 2019, as the existing treatment plant has not been compliant with consent conditions during peak season lows in January 21, 22 and 23. Do you anticipate that we're on track to rectify that situation with the progress we're making?
Yes, with the completion of that upgrade, which is planned for another 2.5 years over the LTP.
Are you saying that we're likely to have not be compliant for the following 2 seasons?
Yeah, that'd be correct.
Okay, if there's no other questions, I'm looking for someone to move. Councillor Murray Benge. Okay, I will second it. No speakers, seeing as it's, so all in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And there's really no reason being given there, given that it was only the one option to receive the feedback. So 2 pages this time. We're on to, thank you gentlemen, we're on to support services. Welcome back, Sarah, and welcome, Darren.
Thank you. Hello again. We will take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, councillors, questions, please. They've all been answered. Must have been a well-written document. Thank you, Councillor Coxhead. We have a seconder. Councillor Granger. No speakers. Oh, yes, we do have a speaker. Councillor Joyce.
Yeah, just looking at this, yeah, with the queries on the personnel cost, that dovetails nicely into the organisational review. So perhaps when we go back to the submitters, we should point out that is upcoming. And we are planning to look at this issue of, you know, overhead costs and support services. Yeah, it could be a logical place to enter that into the record.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Henry.
I just want to talk about local procurement. I believe there has been a change from this in this triennium to try and secure local procurement for local jobs, and I'm hoping that that's still the case. But I was a bit shocked at the last community board in Karikari when it was one of the items that came up was a planting plan for a lake that's been put in the area, the development behind the Highfields, and the planting plan was done by an Auckland architect, gardener, what do you call it? And we all looked at each other and wondered why.
Could you speak into your microphone, please?
We all looked at each other and wondered why that was, because we had advocated that we had council were looking at getting local procurement where they could.
Thank you, Mr. Holyoake.
I think the project that you might be referring to is a Department of Conservation project, not 100% sure. So I think that's a contract. Yep. Yep. So I think it's a Department of Conservation project that they've gone out and let. We're making good steps towards local procurement, and particularly out your side of the district. The constraints we have are existing contracts with our big suppliers. So until we can, and we can't at the moment, move away from the likes of Downer, it's difficult to make that substantive in any way.
There would be, I thought. Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, I'm looking for a mover for the recommendation there. Oh, Tracy and Murray. Sorry, we did, yes. My brain's, yes. Catch up, John. Sorry about that. I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And are we comfortable with the decisions listed there? Just the one decision? Yep. Oh, one option. Okay, thank you. Right, tangata whenua relationships. Welcome, Chris. Do you have some wise words of introduction for us?
Seems the committee's moving smoothly through all of the items in front of you, so I'm happy just to contribute to that. Mr. Chair, I don't have anything further to say.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Chris? Seems there are no questions, so do we have a mover? Councillor Granger, and a seconder, Mayor Denia. Do we have any speakers? Councillor Granger.
I think the paper sets out quite clearly and exhaustively the reasons that we've come to that decision, sir, and I think it's been well done. Thank you.
Councillor Henry.
We had a recent discussion around the council table about the decision on Māori wards. And I'm wondering.
We haven't had a decision on Māori wards yet.
That discussion, I mean.
Yeah, well, that sounds like a confidential workshop to me.
Huh? Oh, well, I'm asking a question about, can I ask a question about whether we would support through this team or not? Okay.
All right. So moving, Councillor Murray Bench.
Sir, through to you, to Chris. This is a definite recommendation, and so and it says from 25, 34, 29. When can we expect to see it get underway?
That's in relation to the Waiari Bridge Rest area work. Councillor Murray Bench, that work is already in train. The working group that's come together around doing that project is meeting to see what the priorities are, and I think that's something that we could possibly bring back either through our tangata whenua forums. There are members that sit on the Waiari Kaitiaki Advisory Group too, where those updates are also provided, so maybe we just bring it through to all councillors through that process, but certainly it's underway already, using Tauranga City Council money at this stage.
Right. It talks about relationships and engagement. This is the only option that's here for us today, sir. So I fully support it and move it.
Thank you. It's already been moved and seconded. So there are no others. Councillor Daly?
You're just speaking in favour of the recommendation, and especially the support for the Waiari Kaitiaki Advisory Group and the projects around the Te Puke to Waitangi river access areas that supports other aspirations for the community as well as tangata whenua.
Okay, thank you for that. With that, I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Thank you.
Bye.
And the advantages, you're satisfied with those as listed there? All right. Next up then is transportation, and so welcome back, Callum.
I'm happy to go straight to questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillors. Councillor Murray Benj. Councillor, why did I say that? Councillor Murray Granger. My apologies. Oh, to both of you.
We'll sort that out later. I do apologise before I start, sir, that you've been doing so well getting through this at the moment. I'm going to derail you completely. Because I have two questions on this one, and it's going to take a little bit of a preamble to get to the question, but unless I do that, you won't know why I've asked the question. So, with your indulgence, sir. Several months ago, in fact, it was, oh, come on, move down page. It was back in 2023, a request was made to the Mokoroa Community Board about street lighting down at the bottom of the esplanade. There was inadequate, there was black holes. This came up again later on in 24, twice at the community boards about inadequate street lighting, both down at the esplanade and another place on Mokoroa Road. And the response received through from staff through the service request system advised that it was unlikely that the lighting met the code. However, there was no funding or plans to rectify this, and suggesting that a request be made to the long-term plan. So a request was duly made to the long-term plan by a resident who plotted out the distances and laid out a plan for us, and that was 371 submission. And then we find that when we get to the end of this process, the answer from staff is any requests for additional street lighting can be considered on a case-by-case basis, but we've got enough lights per kilometre in Mokoroa, so we're not going to do anything. So they were told it was unlikely to meet the code. Now we're told it does meet our level of service, which is a very odd one, the adequate number of streetlights per kilometre. I mean, you have 50 around the supermarket and none anywhere else. That's an adequate number around per kilometre. And there's two different stories. So my question, sir, is why do we make people go through the charade of applying to the long-term plan if we're going to just say no anyway?
Well, I can't answer that, so I better go to our leaders at the front there.
I can't answer either because I never processed the original service request that the question is based upon. What I can tell you is that on a case-by-case basis, we do install new streetlights. The most recent request that we've processed is for a streetlight at number 71 on Mokoroa Road, which we're currently getting priced and hope to install before Christmas. So we do install new streetlights when there is a need identified. Generally, proportionally, Waihi Beach has the most streetlights per kilometre of road. Mokoroa is second. Makitu is last. It has the least amount of streetlights per kilometre of road. So if the council was to consider a project to install new streetlights in areas where there's gaps, then I would suggest that council focuses its attention on Makitu because it's currently most efficient in terms of streetlight.
Did you want to follow up on that, Mr. Granger?
Yes. So the answer then is we will address it on a case-by-case basis. Great. And you have done. In this particular case, you have addressed this particular guy's concern. But the response we've gotten here is that was going out with is saying, no, we're not going to do anything about it. And now we've just heard that we're going to fix it. So, you know, I'm very pleased to hear that we're going to fix it because it's been an ongoing concern for quite some time. So it's mixed messages in here.
Yep, okay. I'll come back to Callum to respond.
So I guess what we're saying is that we don't need a new capital project for streetlights and to be installed on case-by-case basis. We're happy to do that from our existing operational budgets.
Yeah. So is that helpful in terms of...
The back to my original question, if that's the answer, why were they told to apply to the long-term plan if we can actually address it just through a level of service and normal business as usual?
Well, I think that's probably another question for another day in terms of getting an answer. But I think your point's well made, that we shouldn't just rush and say we can't do it, go to that long-term plan when there are processes to address issues like that.
My second question, sir?
Yes, you may.
Okay, the second one is with regard to 615 submission. The background of this is that there is a group up at the Wakamarama, part of Wakamarama Community Inc., who have been slaving away on a project to open up trails, old tramways that they have found in the bush that have been let grow over, and they want to open them up as cycleways. And they've got DOC's permission with this, and they've mapped it all out, and they've got a fully worked out plan and costings and things. They don't actually want a lot of money from council for it. What they want is an acknowledgement in the long-term plan that council will do something about it so that TEC will come in and fund it. If we put, and they said it quite clearly in their submission, if we put something in our long-term plan to say that we're behind it, the TEC will fund the whole jolly lot. And so what they want to do is get 300 metres of road sealed from the end of Tika Hanga Road at the moment to where their proposed car park is. And somehow or other that got translated in here as making a cycleway to a Mokoroa and sealing the Blade car park, which is nothing to do with the Blade car park or the road to the Blade car park. So it got totally lost in translation. And I would like to see us respond to that. It's a fantastic project that these guys have put hours and hours of sweat equity into. Our staff know about it. Our staff have given them letters of support. All we need is something, an acknowledgement in the long-term plan that it's going to help. That's all.
Thank you. Before I go to get some advice from the top table, Mayor James.
I think we've twice put in money from the facilities and the community fund. That's not the community facilities fund, by the way. That's the different one. That's the one, Finco funded one. So council has put in some equity into that. Okay, yeah, not huge amounts, but it is in there. I know they've run into difficulties with timing and being delayed and so on. So I don't know if we need extra, or we just highlight that as an acknowledgement to TECT, or but that's the thought that came to my mind, that actually we have put something in already, or whether it goes in the walking and cycling action plan. As said, the LTP, but I think Peter probably wants to comment.
Yep. Peter and Cullum, have you got something to contribute there?
So I haven't seen this submission because I think it went to parking reserves, but if we're talking about sealing of a paper road, then it would be...
It's sealing Wakamarama Road from Te Hanga, 300 metres down the road. They want 50%, they were prepared to pay 50% towards it. They just want us to commit to the rest so that they can get this in the long term. We can put something in the long term plan so they can get TEC behind it.
So really what you're saying, if I can interpret it, is that if we could elevate half the cost of sealing the 300 metres on our seal extension plan, that would meet their requirement? Is that what?
Yes, so there has to be some mention of it in the long-term plan that we're there.
Yeah.
So if you're able to contribute 50% of the cost of sealing the 300 metres, then it would go straight to the top of the list as per the seal extension prioritisation policy.
Yeah, which the policy does say anyone that will contribute 50, so it would, yeah. So we can deal with that? You've said, I think that's what you were just saying, Callum, that we can deal with that?
Well,
do we need to include that in this recommendation?
Well, the funding for the 50% has to come somewhere. It can't come from transportation, because otherwise that would just be 100% of the cost of the seal extension.
Sir, I don't think we've got any problem with our council processes to get this through, because it's not a big issue, and we've already given them letters of support. So as council, we're behind what they're trying to do. But my reading of their submission is that TECT want it to be specifically mentioned somewhere in the long-term plan. So can we just,
So do you
Put it
want
in
to
there.
add something into
Yeah.
this recommendation? Would you
Yes.
like to give us some wording then?
well, I don't know what how the appropriate wording to keep tech happy is, but that's what I'm seeking to, if we can, then we solve this particular little issue.
Well, given that,
If I'm understanding it correctly.
given that the option we have before us is council acknowledges the submissions received, could we put in there, including the request for contribution to get that 300 metres, but not say 300 kilometres?
So this issue wasn't actually covered in the transportation submissions. It was addressed as a Parks and Reserves submission, so.
And we've already gone past that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, so we would be kind of changing the option to address something which was not in the paper.
I mean, that was my point. These two were, that I referred to got into the
So
wrong holes.
I think I'm catching up at last. So
Whatever, we can resolve to add to the previous,
that's what I was trying to figure out how to say that.
yeah, we can just add to
Thank
the
you,
previous
Mayor.
resolution.
Going back to whoever moved our Rec and Leisure one, let me go back there, please. Yeah, so Grant and Laura, in terms of that, sorry.
Well, under 13 of our recommendations that we haven't got to yet, the chief executive prepares a decision document in a formal response to all submitters. So it can be wrapped up in there.
Okay, so we don't need to change the recommendation,
No,
we
if-
could address it in that.
If we
All right,
give the
can
chief
we make
executive
a
the right
note then that there's an instruction to the chief executive that he will cover it off there? Thank you, Rachel.
Mr Chair, can I just be clear on what the decision is that you're asking or requesting that be ultimately included in the decision document? Is it just a mention of support, an overt mention of support for the project somewhere in the text of the LTP, or is it a 50% contribution toward the seal extension cost for that 300 metres? Because they're two quite different things.
Well, I presume there would have to be a number against 1 year because, I mean, they're not really ready to roll this year. It's not going to affect this year's budget. So it'll be next year or whenever, we'd have to get the timing right. But there just needs to be a line and a number to keep tech happy.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wonder whether it's just following that train of thought, but we actually just explain in a bit more detail the fact that seal extensions have been approved in the LTP, and we just note that as a priority project within the documentation as part of the seal extensions, $1.5 million that's been approved.
Yeah.
We just include the wording that you've got in there as one of the priority projects, and maybe we could list the lot of them in there in terms of that.
So without being particularly familiar with the road and going and seeing it, if we're talking $300,000 or $400,000 a kilometre and we're talking a third of a kilometre and half of the third, it's not a massive sum of money that we're committing to get this done. So have we reached a satisfactory position on that? Did you wish to speak?
I would also just suggest adding the facilities and the community fund contribution as well.
Making note of that in the past. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So have we got a note of all that to guide the chief executive when he comes to writing his decision? Right. Yes, we were still on questions, I think.
Well, so my last question, sir, is the matter I raised under recreation earlier, which wasn't supposed to be there, going to be addressed under transportation or I don't know where it's going to be addressed, but the one that was incorrectly rather, assigned to the recreation and open spaces, it has to be addressed somewhere, and a lot of it was infrastructure.
Katie.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so I understand that, are you referring to the Omokoroa Beach
submission. So I understand that's referred to in both the recreation and open space and the planning for the future IOPs. So there were multiple issues that came through that submission and they're addressed in their respective issues and options papers.
Thank you. Did we have any other questions, or was that a, no? Okay. Do we have a mover and a seconder then? Councillor Murray Benj, I'll second it. Thank you.
There were three of us at that AGM for Whakamarama the other night. Councillor Coxhead, Councillor Granger, and he spoke on the community boards issue. But the people of Whakamarama are a bit different. They all volunteer, and the number of rats and stoats and everything else that they've killed is quite phenomenal. And they want TECT involved, and they want to do this other project. And so I fully support everything that Councillor Granger has said. But I also say that TECT is changing its direction, in my view. It's becoming more difficult to be involved. They've got a lot more money than what we have, and yet they are difficult and are not talking about how to support. And so I think I'd just like to record that. Very disappointed with their attitude, sir.
Thank you. We've got another speaker.
Sorry, I'm going to have to counter that because that's unwise comments to make publicly and actually probably not true. They're wanting very much to spend money in our district. They just want a bit of skin in the game and a bit of strategic direction, which we have given them. I don't think us supporting projects financially, at least to some extent, is a bad thing. It shows commitment. So I think I have to be careful about making those kind of comments, Councillor Murray Benj, and I'm not sure they're entirely true. So
Sir, I stand by it, and I'll say it publicly anywhere. I've just
thank you. I think you've point of order. I think you've already spoken, Councillor Murray Benj.
Yeah.
I'm speaking to a point of order because I don't agree with what you said.
All right, carry on. Have you finished, Mr. Mayor?
Just one other point, and maybe some more something to be added, if I may. The speed limit issues, and there's been a bit of flux because of the change in GPS and central government direction. I just wonder, is it worth highlighting that although we talk about the speed management plan coming in towards, or being finalised towards the end of the year, or ratified, certified, whichever is the right term, that we note that it is subject to some change because of the central government direction. Would that be correct to say, Callum?
I'm not sure whether this is the right place to bring that in, but yeah, carry on, Callum.
The speed management plan has been sent off to Wakakotai for endorsement by the Director of Land Transport. They've requested some additional information, which we're in the process of compiling and providing back to them. It is possible that some of our proposed speed limits will be reversed by the new government. However, we've proceeded on the basis that we'll basically implement the new speed limits, and then if the new government decides to reverse them, that would be a decision made by the government or the Minister for Transport. We don't really want to be preempting what the Minister of Transport might do, so we're proceeding as per the recommendations in the speed management plan.
I appreciate that. I just wonder if we want to note the possibility that it could change.
Yeah, there is a possibility that the Minister of Transport could reverse some of the speed limits that we implement.
Yeah, because we're in danger of creating a false expectation if people think that what we've previously decided is set in stone when actually it's not entirely.
Okay, valid point. Councillor Daly.
Callum, I noted the email about that last week and was going to address it separately, but now that it's been brought up, the government request to review, is that mostly related to wanting to increase speed limits rather than decrease speed limits?
So the new government has a greater focus on efficiency and economic growth. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to balance that against safety. So it would be wrong to suggest that the new government is prioritising economic growth over safety, but they're certainly willing to, I guess, adopt a higher risk profile when it comes to speed limits on our roads than perhaps the previous government was.
There was another issue that came forward that I don't believe was addressed correctly in the plan, but I can talk to you about that later. I mean, if possible, I'd like to try and add it to this reply to the government.
So we will look at reviewing the speed management plan probably now in the next 2 years. So that would probably be the best time to actually look at making additional changes.
Okay. I'm sorry we've regressed again, but we'd moved on. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, gentlemen. So we're on to community facilities, so Peter doesn't need to move far. Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions, councillors? Councillor Joyce.
Yeah, just on the natural burials, would that money be recovered over time from people using that facility? Well, you know, it could be their estates. Yes. It could still be their money.
Chairman, so the intention is that we need to do a bylaw review to enable the natural burials, because at the moment the bylaw requires anyone to be more than a metre from the top of the coffin to the surface, so you don't achieve that for natural burials, so we need to do that amendment. And with that process will also come a review of the appropriate fees and charges for that service once it's costed out, and it'll be applied on our council's revenue and financing policy to do with burials, which is to do with 70% from private benefit and there's a 30% public benefit. So until we get those figures and set those fees and charges, yes. Yeah. So the overall answer is yes, there will be a fees and charges for that. But it won't be 100% recovery.
That's an important point to note. Thank you, Mayor Denia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just foreshadowing that I'd like to change the timing for natural burials to be back to where it was before, sort of 26, 27, more than 27, 20, or 27, 28, 28, 29. But I just want, before I do that and go down that path, I'd like to just check whether that bylaw review is feasible to take place before that point.
Nobody wants to answer that question, but Katie.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the bylaw review is scheduled to take place this financial year. So moving it forward would be is possible.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Any other questions? In that case, are you wanting to move then, Mr. Mayor?
I want to do two changes. It might be better to do them separately, but I'll just explain what I'd like to do. I'm happy with option 1A and C and D, but with option B, I'd like to go with that original timing, as mentioned on page 188. And with option E, I'm not keen to investigate a mobile library. But I would suggest handling one at a time if that's your preference, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Okay. Well, we'll deal with if we accept you've moved recommendation 1, A, B, C, and D, with the amendment bringing forward the process by 1 year. Is that what you're saying?
For the natural burials, yes.
Yes, natural burials. Yep. So you have a seconder? All right, well, we'll let you slip in before I accept your
Okay.
your seconding.
In the workshop, we discussed point C around the Te Puke War Memorial Hall, and bearing in mind that the $300,000 has pretty much been already
It's already in place.
already spent and invoiced, I think, a large part of it, then is there a need to include it in the recommendation?
Well, I can't answer that whether it needs to be, but someone got some advice on that?
Someone from finance?
I distinctly recall having the conversation at the workshop about this one.
Yeah, I better not put the recommendation while they're checking still.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May I just clarify, Councillor Daly, that your question, just to assist staff, is in relation to 1C, noting that the loan has already been drawn down.
Well, yeah, as far as I don't know the exact dollar amounts, but I know that most of the work that was planned for that loan has had a new roof and it's been repainted, which was the majority of the cost, and some new kitchens.
So we're assuming the money is spent.
Yes. So you're questioning the merit of
necessity.
Yes, and the necessity of option 1C in any event.
It seems to be a response to the submission that restrict all but essential expenditure on community halls, in particular defer the 300k improvement approved for Te Puke War Memorial Hall.
You're correct, the work's well underway, so whether it needs to be in there or not, I can't answer to that, sorry.
So, yeah, Sarah's just checking, but it would seem that whether it needs to be or not, there's nothing lost for it to being, there's no harm done in it being there. It would satisfy the submitter. Councillor Henry.
My question's around the one submission that was received for Omokoroa.
Could you talk into your microphone, please?
Oh, sorry. I had to put it this way. The one submission that was received for Omokoroa Library Service Centre to be moved from 2033 to, that's still there. Yeah. It's to be brought forward, isn't it? Is that what the request was?
Not to leave it at 25, 26 is the recommendation.
Oh, good, okay.
Which is not very far away.
Yeah.
Okay, going back to the earlier question, we don't have an answer yet.
Oh.
No.
No, I did have a question around that, the figure.
Sorry.
That is, bearing in mind, are we talking, that is a price, is that a price there for exploratory? It's certainly not going to build a new library. 374,000 is being included and 380,000 in the 2034 year for the Omokoroa Library Service Centre.
No, that will be for the initial design and the detailed design work.
All right. Have we got an answer?
Yes, I can confirm that they have spent that 300,000 in the last financial year.
Yeah, so that was the expected answer. But going back to Councillor Daly's concern about whether that needed to be in the recommendations, I don't think it's either here nor there whether it's there, but it does service the purpose of satisfying the submitter's concerns.
Well,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, maybe just say council notes that it is already loan funded $300,000 for the Te Puke War Memorial Hall in the 24-25 financial year.
Yeah, so rather than continues to loan fund, it has funded.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Sarah.
And just to add to that, so that will be in line with the other loans that other halls have. So that will be rated for over the course of the loan to those ratepayers.
Which was already indicated when the works were approved. Yeah. Okay. All right. Councillor Murray Benj, you
Were there many submissions asking for a mobile library service?
hang on. We're not there. We're dealing with A to D, and I think we've finally resolved all the concerns there. So it's been moved by the Mayor and seconded Councillor Daly. I'm going to put the recommendation, or sorry, you want to write a reply?
So it's A to D with the change to C to note that it's already been spent or funded. And then the natural burials is brought forward to the timing as mentioned on page 188. And I just want to say with the natural burials one, it's been a project that's been wanted for a long time. The work's been done. The bylaw reviews in programme to happen in time. I don't see a reason why we'd delay it, and there's a lot of community desire to see that happen. I think it's a wonderful initiative, and so that's why I'd like it to happen sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
And clause E?
But please, please be patient. And sorry, Councillor Joyce, I have to say I've allowed the Mayor to have his right of reply, so I can't let you speak now.
I've had my hand up for a while.
Yes. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, you can smack me around the ears when you're next to me.
Well, there's also an inconsistency. There's also an inconsistency with the reply we got from staff and what's written in the paper.
Okay.
Because in the paper it says this is funding source is 100% rates. And we've been told that no, there's a target of 70% recovery from fees. So something doesn't quite match.
So if I could clarify that through you, Mr. Chairman, the capital portion of this is 100% rates. The operational cost through the revenue and financing policy for charges is split on a 70 to 30 private versus public split. Sorry for that, to clarify that. So the funding source to undertake the capital work development is 100% rates.
If I may, point of order, later on there's a resolution noting the changes of split between rating and FinCos, and this, if I recall correctly, is changing from 100% rates to 90% with 10% FinCos for natural burials.
Yep. Okay. I'm going to put the resolution, which includes A, B, C, and D. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Right, so if we go, you had wanted to put forward a further recommendation, E, in regard to E.
Yes, that was the council does not investigate any library service. And if I may, sorry, you seconded, don't you?
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Moby.
If I speak to that, this one is simply on the basis that we have a level of service for libraries and it doesn't include a mobile service. And that's it.
Great, thank you. Are there any other speakers in regard to that? In that case, I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And we have the reasons there. Are you all satisfied with those? All right. Thank you. We come to the natural environment and Jody and Liesl. All right. Any comments or are we straight to questions? Straight to questions. Councillors, are you keeping up? Any questions here? You've done too well. Okay.
Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Recover from the last one.
Yeah.
With this one, was did you find out any more about sea cleaners or anything happening with that?
Yes, so it's still the same. There has not been any confirmation from the local councils, but there has been confirmation about philanthropic funding.
Right, so something to consider for the future, perhaps. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder in regard to the recommendation there. Councillor Granger, Councillor Henry. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And there was an advantage shown there, if I can find that. Are you comfortable with that? No disagreement? All right. Moving on to rate remission policies. Thank you, ladies.
So rates remission policies, 2 changes were consulted on concurrently with the long-term plan to the water rates remission policy and the remission of rates policy. Happy to take the paper as read and answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillors, questions? Councillor Granger.
Yeah, I'm not overly clear on what change is actually trying to achieve because they both say the same thing to me. What have I missed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can answer that. So the proposed changes provided staff with more decision-making delegation to make decisions. And there was a requirement in the policy for a certain number of applications to come to council every time for decision. And so it was changes to streamline that process.
Sorry, no, I'm talking about the one above that, not how much has to come to us, but the change of the wording from if it changes ownership, you can consider another one. Oh, it says council may consider as opposed to staff. Right.
Happy to move, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Murray Benge. I don't see anyone wishing to speak. So I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And the decisions there, a couple of advantages. No disagreement. Satisfied with those? Looks like you're all good. Thank you, Katie. So we're on to revenue and financing policy.
There you go. Afternoon. So the revenue and financing policy was consulted alongside our long-term plan. We adopted the policy for consultation on the 9th of May, and the options contained in the paper are in response to the submissions received. I'll take the paper as read and answer any questions. Thank you.
So questions? It seems like you must have answered all the questions. So do we have a mover and a seconder? Moved the Mayor, seconded Councillor Thwaites. Speaking.
I'll briefly speak on this. I think I want to thank Councillor Thwaites for suggesting the UAGC combining. I think that tidies up a not inconsistent, but a messy bit of our rates invoices and how the thinking it's transparent, but it's actually not. The other main bit I want to do is just highlight the moving to a different banding for animal services, and that is much more in line with, I think, what our council feels and the community about. It should be a little bit more weighted towards user pays for dog fees in particular. But I appreciate that, and I'm in favour. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sol.
See, I don't quite understand that. Weighted towards user pays for things like dog fees? When we're looking at taking to a lower degree of recovery to 15 to 45% from 40 to 75?
Just take the inverse, so it's going from general rate funding from moderate to low. So user pays will go from the inverse of that.
Then I'm misreading it, and thank you, sir.
It does take a while to get your head around it.
Yeah, and that sounds good, because it definitely is a discretionary type of situation, and I just feel that that should be paid for at a different rate to, I mean, paying your rates is not a discretionary option, and we're certainly happy to put them up. Thank you.
Okay, councillor Daly.
Yeah, on this one, I'd like to acknowledge the Federated Farmers submission to this policy. I obviously know that there's not much point voting against it, but I think they did make a good point, and maybe it had an ulterior motive. However, I think it is always good to remember that we've got a large rural contingent who feel that they're disadvantaged by the current rating system, and I welcome the funding review and their input to said review in regards to what they've looking for a differential for some of these targeted rates when they don't get they perceive that they don't get full benefit from paying the same amount as maybe our urban customers.
Okay, thank you for that. It looks like we've exhausted the speakers, so I will put the recommendation. Oh, sorry, Rodney, I'm jumping the gun on you again.
No, I'm far away. Just on the dog control fees, we need to bear in mind that the previous target was 80% user fees. So while we've reversed some of the movement from that, we're basically still allowing, user fees as low as 55%, which is roughly the current situation. I do think we need to get back to the point where we are aiming more at the 80% of the band. So this is still a relaxation of our old target. It's just less of a relaxation than it would have been.
Okay, thank you. Right of reply.
Right of reply. Appreciate your comment there, Councillor Joyce, noting that it's a transition to there. And if you look at the numbers there, look at the right numbers, we are moving towards 72% from 54%. So we're getting there, and but noting that the bands that council has chosen to work with are considerably wider than what they were before. With that, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm ready to put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. And no additions, changes wanted to the advantages there? Alrighty. Whoops. We are into financial contributions. And Adele and Craig, thank you. Anything to say?
No, through the chair, I think we'll take the paper as read. The various matters that were raised in consultation were provided our feedback for at the time in the paper.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions? Seems not. Are you ready to move, Councillor Murray-Bench? We have a seconder, Councillor Coxhead. Do we have any speakers? In that case, I will put the recommendation. It's there in front of you. Don't need to read that out, do I? All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So then, am I keeping up with this? Is there an advantage there?
Yeah. I'll take the paper as read and take any questions.
All right. So we're moving through a bit. Page 251 now we're supposed to be on. I'll just catch up myself. Paper is taken as read, Craig says. Do we have any questions? I missed that other page.
This recommendation here before you move into the internal submission.
Okay.
Number 8, that just wraps up that last.
My apologies, folks, I've got out of order here. So we have recommendation 8 here, that the committee directs the chief executive to present the preferred options as amended by resolution 7, the one we've just approved, for adoption to council at its meeting on 26 September 2024. That's clear to everybody?
Sorry,
Not
can you just
sure
repeat
that
that,
it
please,
is.
Mr. Chairman?
The committee directs the chief executive to present the preferred options as amended by resolution 7 for adoption to council at its 26 September meeting. That's the ones we've just gone through. Which, the financial it was a bit complicated there. It's not all listed out on the page. So. People comfortable or confused? I'm not getting a lot of advice either way. Sorry, Andy.
Just by way of clarification, so that's just referring to the financial contributions one that we just passed, or the whole lot of options that we've covered? The whole lot. Okay, cool.
Okay. All right. So do you need me to read that recommendation again? Or?
I think so, sir, and then you'll move it, won't you?
Okay, that the committee directs the chief executive to present the preferred options as amended by the resolutions just been through for adoption to council at its meeting on 26 September 2024, and I will move. Seconded, Councillor Ray. Any speakers? Councillor Granger.
A point of clarification, sir. Councillor Wickers said, does that refer to everything back there? But his option is a singular. You said it referred to everything, so it has to be options if it's referring to everything. If it's only referring to the one above, it's a singular.
I think so, you may have jumped the gun a little.
No,
There may be an issue over an S.
But it should have an S.
It should have an S. Yes.
All right. Councillor Sol.
Yes, sir. I appreciate a lot of the work that's gone in here, in particular for Waihi Beach and its wastewater scheme, and so on. But I still find that the existing non-growth is 96.1%. This is out of scope for financial contributions. And basically it refers there earlier that will just straight out lie on the existing ratepayers.
A lot of voices going on here, I'm sorry.
Adele,
can you respond to that, please?
Just through the chair, can respond to that particular question. So there are 161 sections remaining available in the Waihi Beach area. That's why the percentage is low for the ability to charge financial contributions.
Yeah. That's what my recollection too now, that it was the limited availability of land to spread those over. So we're just getting clarification about what recommendation 8 that has been moved and seconded, what that all related to. So now, I think if everybody's confident, I think there's been a bit of unease around understanding of this, but if you're ready, I'm going to put the recommendation 8 that we direct the Chief Executive to outline these preferred options, 26th of September. All in favour? Against? Carried. So now we can move to the capital program, 9A. Or 9A, whatever it is. 9, is it? 9A. All right.
Okay.
No further explanations required?
No, I'll take the papers read and take any questions.
Yep. Righto, we're up for Councillor Joyce to kick the ball off.
Hit the wrong button. So I'm just a bit confused because we've talked about increasing use of FinCos, but the rates requirement for year 2 and year 3 have gone up. And when I look through the table, and I may have missed something, it seems to be mainly around transportation, and in particular project 353901, which has gone from 38% rates funded to 100% rates funded. So if we're making increasing use of FinCos, why are rates increasing, and wouldn't public transport infrastructure be subject to subsidy from NZTA, or is that the change? I just wanted to get an explanation of that one because we haven't had an IOP on that in the transportation section. And then we've also got minor capital roading improvements, going more to rates, and network maintenance contract going more to rates. I mean, those seem to be the things that are driving, as far as I can tell, that increase of 697,000 in rates in year 2 and 1.8 million in year 3. Open to other explanations, of course.
I'll go to Adele to respond to that, please, Rodney.
Through the chair, so there's a couple of things in there. So we've applied to formula for any of our calculations to determine how the FinCo will be distributed. And so it depends on what those calculation bases are as to how that came through for our final financial contribution figures. In relation to subsidy, yes, we do take the subsidy first before doing the allocation. So that was why, it talks to the percentage, but we do take the subsidy first before we allocate the remaining residual amount.
So the underlying question is, why are the rates requirements up so much in year 2 and year 3?
So as part of the rebasing the FinCo models, we had a look at all the percentages and all the FinCos that were drawn, and ensuring that there was a defendable basis for it. So a few of those transportation projects that you mentioned, or 2 that are sitting on 25%, there's no defendable basis. So we reviewed that and we worked through the benefits formula to apply what was logical and defendable. And in some cases, like you mentioned, year 2 and 3, especially with transportation projects, they incur direct rates in the year to fund them. So yes, that did have a negative impact to rates in years 2 and 3.
So shouldn't we be looking at the timing and the impact of those under the transportation section, rather than sort of leaving it to the end and just saying, well, we'll do it as part of FinCo? It seems a bit weird.
I can't answer that. I'd have to take that away with other team members.
Okay, any other questions? In that case, we're looking for someone to move and second here. All right, I'll put my hand up and gotta find it. I'll move, and James has seconded me in regard to the, this is the one in regard to the internal submissions, I'm right, am I?
Correct.
Yep. Yep, changes to the funding of the capital program as contained in attachment A. If there's no speakers, I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carry. And the advantages are set out there. Ability to fund rates through projects through non-funded, I think that all makes good sense. Thank you, Craig and Adele. So we're down to 9B, structure plan schedules. And we have Annalee and Cedric here.
Good afternoon. Happy to take the report as read, unless you've got any questions.
Great, thank you. Questions, folks? Well satisfied by the sound of it. Councillor Murray-Benge.
No questions, sir. Just happy to move the option.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Granger. I don't see anybody angling to speak, so I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And the reason, have I kept up? Just the one option. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you.
So I don't know if Kerry is still here, if she's coming back for community halls.
Oh, I'm happy to start this one off and similar to the last one, take this one as read and answer any questions regarding the community halls.
Great, thank you, Cedric. And Kerry, coming in, are there any questions? Councillor Granger.
Is the effect of the previous one we talked about with the 300,000 at the bookie reflected in these figures, so that's all taken into account?
Yes.
Seems there are no other questions. Looking for a mover and a seconder then. Approve the budget, insurance costs, etc. Councillor Murray-Benge. I'll second it.
To it, sir, because our community halls, the people who run them do a really great job. And of course, they'll be working with Curry to make sure they've got their assurance appropriately undertaken. So I think this is a good recommendation.
Thank you. No other speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And the list of advantages there, money to cover insurance, maintenance.
Mr. Chairman, I disagree with the list of disadvantages, because it sounds like we're supporting our halls quite well and we're making sure they're insured correctly, so I don't see why they may be underinsured or halls not well maintained or hall committees not very supported. I don't think any of those are particularly relevant.
They would only be relevant if we weren't approving this.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. So, trying to think how this would play out in terms of disadvantages articulated here. It's hard to see any. Councillor Daly, you going to help me?
Well, I'm not sure, but the hall rate is in some cases increasing quite significantly, up close to the $50
To cover the
cap.
insurance cost. That,
yeah.
Oh,
And the maintenance cost increasing at 7.5%, I think it is, per annum. So, I mean, it's sort of heading into uncharted territory in a way.
so if I can, at the risk of quoting Councillor Thwaites, the halls are progressing better than council if their costs are increasing at 7.5%, being less than the rates increases we're having year by year. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's the construction cost, but the insurance cost is still increasing at 20% as well.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, we had canvassed this quite extensively at the workshop, and it's worth noting, just a little throwing it in for what it's worth, a personal experience, an insurance bill that I pay for an organisation. It's been reasonably stable for a number of years, but went up 30% this year. But then we've found, when we did evaluation, we got a refund for that, and they'd calculated the fire service levy on an old standard rather than the new standard, and we got another refund for that. So it didn't go up nearly as much as we thought it, went up 12% instead of 28%, or I might be slightly wrong on those figures, but.
Well, I mean, I hope that it's not
It's-
something that is locked in place and there might be some review in the future, but a disadvantage would be our ratepayers might feel less supportive of community halls once they realise how much these rates are going up.
So I'm seeking a bit of guidance. Does other councillors want something put in there in regard to that or not? Councillor Murray Bench.
No, sir, I don't want anything else put in there. I think we should thank our hall committees for the dedicated work that they do. And they'll quickly tell us if they've got a problem, and we haven't had. And all I know is that they continue to look good and they're maintained well. And I think we should be very grateful for the work that they do. I cannot see the disadvantages. We haven't got any halls that haven't been well cared for within the rohi that I know about, from Whakamarama to Ohauiti. They're always working on their halls. Even Kaimai looks great. So it's an old hall, and you could define it in another way, but I think, sir, we're served well.
Would it be fair to say that we could put in there in the disadvantages, halls could be underinsured if we didn't approve this budget? Would that be acceptable?
Yes, sir.
One final point, I mean, Pongaroa, for example, their rate per property is going from $20 to $60 by 26, 27. So, I mean, we've already balked at $25 or $50 per property for community facilities, and yet one small community is being asked to pay another $40 just to maintain their current community hall.
Just bear in mind, when you say $60, I mean, we have, perhaps not very lawful, I'm not sure what the term is, but a cap of $50 per hall committee. So council would have to prove them exceeding that. And I'm supposed to, having just been considering applications under the facilities in the community fund, I mean, I know I acknowledge the confidences that, yeah, I think they're in a very stable position. I'll leave it there. So, we got it moved and seconded, didn't we? Yep, okay. So I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So we've been... Yep, it was just that one change in terms of the halls could be underinsured if we didn't put this policy in place. So I did that twice, didn't I? Sorry, I think I put it. All right. Kerry's still here. We're on to Katikati Arts Junction. No comments? No opening
Take it
comments?
as read, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Sol.
Yes, Kerry. As we have a recommendation here that asks to defer it, how confident are we about the state of the building as it is at present and where it's likely to go? How much do we know about the actual issue with the building? And I mean, talking about leaving it basically a year, are we heading further down to a fairly nasty job into something that maybe just about writes it off?
It will only get worse, put it that way. Yeah. So while we've made the worst part of it weathertight right now, the work that needs to be done will always need to be done, and the longer we leave it, the worse it's going to be. But we will get underway and get an assessment of the highest and best use of the land done pretty quickly. So as soon as that's done, we'll need to have some kind of decision moving forward about whether we're going to repair the building or use the land for something else.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Henry.
I just have to declare a conflict of interest. I'm a member of a committee that is rents several offices within that building.
Okay.
And we are affected by what we're currently talking about now.
Okay.
Greatly.
Thank you for that. Was I what?
To the question then, sir.
Yeah.
So are we saying that at present everywhere is actually watertight? There's no more water particularly getting in? Is that what you were saying?
I believe there's no more water getting in. We just need to repair the existing damage.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Similar lines, actually. I mean, I'd like comfort on the statement that the building might fall into disrepair and become unusable while a decision is delayed. That would be a terrible outcome, and I think we'd all want to avoid that. So if that's genuinely a risk, then hell no. If that's just a sort of vague sort of put it out there as could potentially happen at very low risk, but that as a disadvantage makes me very nervous indeed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is a real risk.
Okay, so I mean, I'll go on to
it's watertight.
Maybe foreshadow what I was going to say later. I mean, the 350K to save a community asset of such value is a pretty modest investment, and anything about placing that would be an order of magnitude bigger. And if there's a real risk that it falls into disrepair and becomes unusable, then you've just thrown away a multi-million-dollar building. But anyway, we'll get to that. I'll just let questions carry on.
Yep. Do you have another question, Councillor?
No, sir, I was going to actually move something.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we just get a response to the Mayor's point first?
I think we just need to be careful. I think we're being a little bit conservative in our language and saying that anything can happen. The building is weathertight. The damage that has been caused previously has been about water getting into the property. There is no risk of water, very little risk of water getting into the property for the next 6 months while we do further assessment.
Okay, Councillor Joyce.
You hit the wrong button. Just a question, will part of that review be around the rental charged on the building if it stays? Because we have an issue that basically councils subsidising community facilities in Karikari perhaps more than other areas. So one way to address that would be to look at the rental for the building.
So the rent for the building is based on the same rent model for all other community service providers within our council buildings, community groups, sorry.
When we bring back the case, we will bring back a full options analysis, which includes this building, other buildings, best use, and that should also include the opportunity cost of the service that we provide there, which will identify the full market rent and what we are currently subsidising. So choices can be made off that.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we've exercised the questions then, or did you have another question? No, no. So you're happy to move something?
Mike, please.
Sorry, I've lost the screen there, but I'd like to move option 1.
Okay, that agrees to fund the 350 for repairs now.
Sir.
Okay, so do I have a seconder? And seconded by the Mayor. Right, do we have any speakers? Councillor Murray-Bench.
I'm stuck. We've had the advice from our CEO that we're going to look at this facility and see the pros and cons and the opportunity costs. So I thought that that option 3 was really a worthwhile one, and so I can't support option 1.
Thank you. Councillor Granger.
I echo Councillor Murray-Bench on that one. We've just had a very good explanation of what's being done, what's going to be done, and that a report's going to come back to us. So I think jumping the gun at this stage with option 1 is premature. Option 3 gives us a chance to listen to that and make a reasoned decision, so I shan't support.
If there's no other speakers, I'll just add to that remember in a normal process, we'd have been at this position 3 months ago, so we've got 9 months only before this would be approved in an annual plan, again, rather than a normal 12 months. So I think I'll support those last speakers that it's an opportunity to take the advice that's put before us and have a thorough look at this before we decide how much money to spend on it, to what purpose. So with that, I am going to put the option moved before us, option 1. Those in favour, please say aye. Those against? No. So I declare it lost. Okay. So, Councillor Murray-Benge. Seconded, Councillor Granger. Any speakers? Mayor.
Yeah, no, I hear the point about going through the process of analysing its use. I do worry that we're on a pathway to losing a great function, a great facility in Katikati, but I take the room's view, and that it's not a bad idea to wait for that analysis to take place, but just nervous of where things will go and if we'll just end up losing a facility for Katikati. But I'm happy to support option 3 now. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Councillor Wickers.
I don't think it'll become an unusable building within a very short time frame that we're talking about turning around, so I have no problem supporting option 3.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dowley.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this option. I remember the Pukahina Community Hall as a similar example where a doom and gloom scenario of demolishing the building and selling the land for $600,000, but unfortunately the community rallied around and a proposal was put together, and the community have been able to refurbish that building for about $200,000, and will have a new value of around $1.8 million. So I think, and that building sat idle for several years in that same unusable state, but I know this one is not going to suffer the same fate, but we're about to have the opening of that Pukahina community building, and it just goes to demonstrate that good things do come if you just wait a little bit.
Thank you. Councillor Thwaites.
Yeah, I was just going to simply acknowledge that the precedent's already been set that the Te Puna Community Fund a community centre and a hall, and perhaps Katikati could look to doing the same in the future within their hall community centre combined rate like other communities do now.
Okay. So no doubt that can be considered as part of the review of the building and its use. With that, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And so we had some decisions there somewhere, did we? Gone too far. Go back again. Yep, no immediate cost. And yep, I think those make good sense. No additions there. All right, we can move. Thank you very much, folks. We can move on to Waihi Beach Stormwater, and we can pull James back.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just pointing out that comment before on that option 3, which we resolved. Building may fall into disrepair and become unusable while decision delayed. Could we just say something like a low likelihood of that?
That was for option 1, which was defeated.
No, it's also in option 3.
Oh, yes, it is too. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Point. So would you just repeat your point, please?
So if we disadvantage would be low risk of building falling into disrepair and becoming unusable while decision delayed, if that is indeed the truth.
Well,
which
that's the best information we have at this point.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Sorry, James, stormwater.
Yep, so this submission looks to, or recommends that funding which is already allocated to Waihi Beach stormwater projects is reprioritised towards the removal of the Waihi Beach Earth Dam, as well as improvements at 1 Mile Creek, as well as prioritise projects which council, in conjunction with the Stormwater Liaison Group, have identified as providing the most flood relief for Waihi Beach Stormwater Project. Waihi Beach Stormwater. I'll just take any questions.
Thank you. We'll start with Councillor Joyce.
So I'm a little bit confused by this because the options around the removal of the dam, for example, which is quite a major decision, and I'm not questioning where we're heading because I'm not an engineer and I haven't done I can't do the work. But we haven't put this to the liaison group and we haven't actually resolved this as a council yet. So can we actually, I'm happy to move option 1, but based around losing all the detail about the actual work, and just say that council approves the reprioritisation of Waihi stormwater projects as a contained Appendix A, or basically focus on the funding, and continue to work through the agreed process on what projects are done and where, because none of this has gone to the liaison group, and none of this has gone to SWOT as far as I know.
So the projects that have been recommended for prioritisation were the ones that came up to be the most benefit with the liaison group. The understanding with the liaison group is that councillors would always make that decision. We were just working through the options with the liaison group to find which projects did provide that most flood relief. With regards to optioneering of the dam, our recommendation was based on, we had 2 options. One was to upgrade the dam, and the other was to remove the dam. Both options resulted in more water coming down through the catchment because we're essentially trying to let water go faster, and so the result was the same whether you removed it or upgraded the dam, except removing the dam was about $6 million less, hence our recommendation to remove the dam rather than upgrade.
And just while you're there, just to clarify, please, James, because my understanding is that in expanding the capacity of the dam, the costs of that were largely, partly the structural cost, but having to meet higher standards now. And that then led to the logical decision being to remove it.
That's right. So under the new dam safety guidelines, we either need to hold a lot more water, which we didn't actually do the costing on, but would be probably 3 times the amount that we're currently asking for, or the other option is to have a dam which is compliant with the new regulations, is, like I said, to let go of water faster so that water no longer overtops the earth embankment, with the ultimate worst case scenario being the entire embankment lets go due to erosion just of water running over that bank.
Can I just be absolutely clear? I'm not questioning the engineering whatsoever. My question is regarding the fact we agreed to do a process and work with the local community to come up with answers, and we're making decisions that haven't actually gone through that process. So we're basically sidestepping the agreed process. These options have not been put to the liaison group yet. The last meeting we were still looking at what possibilities were, but there were no recommendations made by staff. So maybe it's a timing thing and we can't avoid it, but it is unfortunate when you commit to a good process of liaising with the local community that we're now stepping outside that in the order in which we're doing things, which won't necessarily change, of course, the end decision.
So if I've understood your point correctly, Rodney, you're saying you don't want us sitting here making decisions around this table as opposed to the staff, James and co, talking to the local community and canvassing and helping them to understand the rationale behind this. Is that the essence of your point?
It's a timing issue. Yeah, we'd probably come to the same answer. I'm sure we would. And the decisions will always be made around the council table. I fully accept that. But it's unfortunate, perhaps, is the point that we've got our horse before the cart.
Yep,
or cart
that's
before the
exactly
horse.
the analogy I was going to raise. So, James, do you wish to respond there to that?
Yeah, I think it's wrapped up pretty well that it is a timing issue. probably the only additional liaison that we could have done was written our internal submission and then gone back to the liaison group with that and workshopped it through them, with them. I believe we'd done that in quite a bit of depth, but the end recommendation they haven't seen, but the results of all our work to date is what our recommendation reflects.
Can I ask then that actually after this process that I know the next meeting's in October, I think, isn't it, James? But ahead of that, send the results of this straight to them after we've put this through, just so they get early heads up.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, did you have a question?
I just wanted to clarify, because the SWAT group came in on the 14th to give their submission, and I understand there was a bit of heads up given then. I was trying to find my notes, but without much success. I thought a bit of a heads up was being given then about what was proposed here, so that I don't think they're going to be completely blindsided by this. But perhaps you can clarify that, Cedric or James.
I don't think they're going to be blindsided at all. At our last liaison group meeting with them, we quite literally walked through all the best options for flood reduction and the best options at the dam. But potentially the only thing they could be shocked by is the fact that we've reallocated funding from other stormwater projects towards these, which we find provide better, like I said, flood relief. And the risk is if we decided to increase funding to fund those projects, is the projects that are already agreed in the LTP don't get done because of resourcing and a pure lack of scope on whether or not they actually provide flood relief. And one of the recommendations or submission points of the SWAT group was they were frustrated on the continual deferral of stormwater projects. And so our recommendation actually looks to address that issue of ongoing deferral by saying these projects have good scope, we know they provide good flood relief, and they're relatively straightforward to construct now and can be done within the time frame that we have. If we go the other way and add more funding, which they were really pushing for, the risk is that those works just wouldn't get done.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say that I think that the stormwater team, SWAT, they're very aware of this talk around the dam must go, the dam is not really suitable for purpose without a huge influx of money. I think, but I kind of understand what Rodney's getting at. Your team have made a preferred option, which we haven't had time to tell them that this is the preferred option we're going to council with. So if you are able to give them a thumbs up before it's actually published, that would be really good, and that would, I would think, would alleviate, if you agree, Rodney, that some of that tension that you are talking about, that they find it in paper before they hear the recommendation, if that was fine.
Yeah, I'll seek advice on if we're allowed to do that, but I don't have an issue.
Okay, one more speaker, is it? I was just...
You have such a great rapport with the local people. They couldn't speak highly enough of you, James. And when they
So
came
the
in,
question is, we're still on questions, aren't we?
of course.
Yeah.
And so can you tell me, you'll work with them as to what the dam will be used with when it's empty?
It can still be used as a recreational reserve, and I think probably be quite enhanced from what it is at the moment. You could put a natural wetland in the top with, I would have to talk to Peter, but I'm sure you could beautify it and provide a lot more amenity than what it's currently got at the moment.
Thank you. Okay, I'm pleased. I'm sure we can find better suggestions than that one. Can we, can I have someone to move the recommendation for us, please? Councillor Henry? Sorry. Oh, Councillor, thank you. I was wondering why you were wanting to move, Mr. Holyoake, but thank you for the pointer. So it's been moved, Councillor Henry, seconded Councillor Joyce. Don't think there's any speakers. It's been well traversed. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And did we have a decision, a recommendation, advantages there? Yep. Yep. Okay. I was going to suggest having a short break, but James is here. He's got two more, and hopefully they won't take too long. You're happy to deal with them, and then we'll have a short break? Yeah. Thank you. We'll go to Makatu waste disposal field.
So for the Makatu wastewater disposal, our recommendation is to request an additional $1.2 million of additional funding to renew the existing irrigation field with a like-for-like renewal. I'll just take any questions on that.
Okay, Councillor Ray.
Hello. So my question, I guess, is do we have a guarantee that this is not going to happen again?
We have a guarantee that if we go for a like-for-like renewal, we'll be compliant because the existing field was compliant while it was operational, and we'll have better planning on when we plan to renew it rather than an expectation of 20 years, have an expectation of 10 years so that it can be continue to meet that intended purpose and renewed in a timely manner rather than let it fail like it did this time.
Okay, if there's no other, was that a question? Yes. Mayor?
Yeah, I do have a concern that the lifespan is 10 years. It does seem ridiculously short. And just confirming, is that right, or is that just a conservative estimate, or what's the story there?
That would be conservative in that. I would hope we can push it further than that with better operational procedures in terms of either if we go for what we haven't confirmed yet is what we'll have on top if we continue to do cut and carry pasture operation, or if we look to put planting on top so we can reduce the amount of traffic of heavy machinery over top of shallow lines, which has been causing the damage.
Yeah. It does seem a less than optimal long-term solution if you've got to redo it every 10 years. But if that's what the engineers have come up with, then I'll just disagree. But yeah,
I'm sure too that we could have some controls around the weather and the wetness of the soil when those operations are allowed to take place would have a big impact on the ability of the pipes to survive underground. But we've got a couple more folk. Councillor Daly.
Yeah, James, you've talked about consideration of optioneering, and just wondering what the cost estimate was for the next cab up off the rank, I suppose, up the lift.
Yeah, sure. So at the moment we're asking for 1.2. The next option up was to go for deeper lines, looking at about 600 mil deep, where then you wouldn't have the damage from the heavy machines going over top. Issues with that is you don't get the nitrogen uptake from the roots of the plants. So there, one, wasn't a guarantee that we would be compliant with our consent. Two, all the earth that you would remove would then be deemed as contaminated because we've been discharging. So you'd have to remove it to a specialised landfill with an exorbitant cost, looking at about 10 times the amount that we've asked for. And then again, no guarantee that we would be compliant with our consent. The other option we looked at was above ground spraying. It's quite clear in our consent that we can't do that, generally due to the wind drift. It's quite an exposed area up the top there. If you're above ground spraying, the wind can kind of blow that effluent around. So then we would need to go for a consent renewal or variation, do a whole lot more liaison, and the consenting process alone would probably cost that 1.2 million plus construction of whatever we came up with. So this was the cheaper, more straightforward option with a guarantee that we would be compliant with our consent.
Sorry, did you say 4.2 for the next option?
More like 10.2 or 12, yeah, 10 times.
And does it, leaving it like this, is this still got capability to support the Te Arawa proposed subdivision?
For which subdivision, sorry?
Oh, the 300 homes that Te Arawa have been talking about for a while.
So I'll have to have a look at that.
It always was in the first place, so I'm sure it would be now. Councillor Joyce, did you still have a question?
Actually, James answered it. I mean, it sounds like as long as we've learnt the operational lessons, this will work a lot better the second time around. And he's talked about that.
Okay, get this moving. I'll move this motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Daly. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Oh, and whoops, I'm one behind still. So the advantages and disadvantages, were you all comfortable with that? I think they look good. Okay, moving on then to one more then, James, please, the wastewater operational funding.
Yeah, so this one looks to increase the operational expenditure funding for the wastewater and stormwater activities to generally address underfunding, which has been there in the past. Open to questions.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? What?
I haven't got it in front of me, so how much is the increase?
11.7 over 10 years. 1.7 on average per year.
This year?
1 million this year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Joyce?
I'm looking in here and I can't see it, so forgive me if I've missed it. But this is this to be recovered from presumably the particular charges that we make for wastewater rather than from general rates. And I'll also congratulate you on getting the electricity costs down. Everybody else has gone through the roof. So I guess my question with the electricity is that actually up to date, because electricity prices are going up sharply.
These prices were probably predicted before the most recent increases in electricity prices. We hope some of those will come back down again.
The only reason they're showing a decrease in electricity prices is because we expected a number of large infrastructure projects to be online sooner than what they currently are, and those are all growth-driven projects like major pump stations at Rangiuru Business Park, Hartwood Ave and Omokoro and Prol Road, increased pumping at Omokoro Pump Station and likes, Te Puke wastewater treatment plant, because those assets aren't coming online sooner. The electricity costs have subsequently decreased from what we had predicted.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Daly?
James, can you there's not a lot of narrative about stormwater OPEX increases. Are you able to just provide some examples of where that would be coming from?
Yeah, so generally the stormwater OPEX cost is the number of ponds that we're getting online from a lot of the developments that are coming on. Everything needs stormwater treatment devices because of our comprehensive stormwater consent requirements. And with those come increased maintenance costs as well. So that's generally the crux of most of the stormwater increases, as well as compliance monitoring of those devices.
Thank you. Councillor Thwaites?
James, that step increase of 623,000 a year to TCC for the Omokoro wastewater, is that suddenly a big step change from where we were sitting at?
So the way I've calculated that is, well, how it's traditionally been calculated is based on how much we've actually been spending. TCC have actually been pretty poor at sending us invoices, and so we've generally underspent by about, underspent from like what our discharge volume is, and if you work it out per cubic metre, we're underspending on average like 50%. I've calculated based on what we're actually discharging with an expectation that that's what they'll charge. There's a risk that we have at the moment that if they were a bit more switched on with invoicing, then we would be under.
Okay. Councillor Joyce?
So I had my turn.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Sol, I'll second it. All those, or did you want to speak?
Just briefly then, sir, this is our business. Let's get on with it.
Great, thank you. And I'll put the recommendation then. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carry. And just in terms of the advantages, echoing what Alan just said, it ensures we meet our contractual compliance and regulatory requirements. It's fundamental to what we do. And so I think those look pretty good. All right, Councillor Murray Benge.
Just going to say, sir, it's a whole lot cheaper than the bill they presented us with a few years ago.
Yeah, well, we'll still keep that one. We won't talk any more about that 11 million, but I'm going to suggest we've got quite a way to go, but if we can have a 10-minute break and be back here at 20 past and try and get through the rest of it. Adding on, this is part of what we've plant improvements. Paul, got anything to say, or do we want to go straight to questions?
Oh, straight to questions.
Straight to questions, okay. Any questions in regard to these water treatment plant improvements? Was said.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
So-
okay.
So just the funding provided by central government for fluoridation, that's covering some of the other upgrade work that's required to facilitate other things, is that correct?
For the central supply zone where we're not putting in fluoridation, we're talking central first, aren't we? Yes, sorry. We're not putting fluoridation into that plant, but what we are doing is with the reconfiguration of the plant and all the upgrades that we're doing, which is including UV, which is on another project, we're making allowance for it should it ever happen. So we're making provision.
So this is that's an added benefit that we're getting from that central government funding?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, I'm looking for someone to move. Councillor Thwaites. Councillor Ray. No speakers, so all those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And there must have been some reasons there somewhere. Meet drinking water quality, that's important. Okay, looks good to me. So the next one, I think you had another one, did you, Paul? Water treat.
Yes, pretty much a parallel paper.
Any questions in regard to this one? Councillor Murray-Benge.
Knowing that the standards for water have gone up, how significantly have they risen compared to what we were doing?
Quite significantly in the sense that we're introducing new types of treatment to it, the UV, but also the fact that we're having to do multiple types of monitoring on the site, as well as in the network, which has nothing to do with this project. But so, yeah, the amount of treatment, the amount of monitoring, the amount of work that's actually involved in producing the potable water before it leaves the treatment plant has gone up or will go up significantly.
Is it gold plating?
We're doing what I would call a robust, resilient system, and we're not going out to gold plate anything, but just make sure it works and it works well, so we can deliver what we need to our customers. Really.
Thank you for the explanation.
Could we not do that before?
We could do that before, but now what we have to do is we have to do more.
We have to reach a higher standard, as was explained. So thank you. Do we have a mover? Oh, sorry. Thank you, Penella. Rodney's been waiting there.
Sorry, it's possibly a question more for Cedric, but across the three waters, we've been told a lot of the extra spending we're having to do because of increased government regulation. Is it possible to come up with a number of how many millions more we're spending because of that as part of our decision story? Because, people are justifiably very upset about the increases in rates, but quite a big chunk of it is from imposed costs from government. And while individually they may be a good idea, collectively they're putting a lot of more, taking more money out of ratepayers' pockets. So I don't know if it's possible or easy to come up with a number of how much in this 10-year plan is coming from, or even next year or the year after, is coming from increased government regulation, increased costs.
Through Mr. Chair, I don't see why not. I think we can come up with a table for each project and each sort of mandate that's been pushed down by central government.
I guess the key thing would be the total at the bottom, right? How much, so we go to ratepayers and say, yes, of the increased spending, this much has actually come from increased government regulation.
Thank you. Councillor Henry.
I totally agree totally agree with that, and we have been saying that a lot of these increased costs have been handed down to us. But in the document that went out, the consultation document, I found that the graph that is in there that shows where council spending is, and we're talking about community facilities, and that's like a little bit. And the water, our whole water, stormwater, the water is just so much. You know, what, 70% or something of our spending, would it be?
Could be, yeah,
Yeah,
could be that high.
very high, and I don't think that story is told. Yes, yeah, we do have some nice to have.
So your request
Yeah,
is?
can we have that sort of visual thing in it as well to go along with the story? I know we've already had it, but the more you see it,
Yeah,
the more you know, and you go, wow.
absolutely.
Okay. Did you have another question, Rodney?
Sorry.
No? Okay. Looking to someone to move the resolution there. Councillor Murray-Benge, Councillor Sol, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And
Thank you.
I better look to the advantages. Similar to the previous one, so if there's no request from anyone else, we can move on to the next topic. Number 4, Road Bridge. Ready for questions, Callum?
Ready for questions, yep.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Wickers.
Good work on this one, getting us to the stage. Just checking exactly where we are in the process right now.
So we are currently advertising a request for tender document.
Yep.
We've got a number of parties lodged their interest in that contract opportunity. And we're currently seeking a building consent exemption with our own council, and we have a resource consent lodged with the Bay Plenty Regional Council, and an application to DOC to relocate lizards if they happen to be found in October when the lizards reappear.
And so we're on track for the completion of bridge open towards the end of February and completion early March?
Yeah, that's correct.
Councillor Joyce.
So, I mean, I note this is 71% NZTA funded, so thank you for making sure we get that. But we've got the other 1.9 million as rates funded, and I fully understand, we don't tend to loan fund roads because we have to work on them every year. But with bridges, that's a long-term asset. We don't build bridges every year. So I know it's probably not the right time now, but maybe we should look at if we need to build a bridge that we fund it from loans rather than current year rates, which seems to be what the table's showing. Because we don't build a bridge.
To respond, because
the council's proportion of the cost is not loan funded. It will be paid from the current account, which is surplus funds from previous years.
Right, but that still takes away from being able to spend that money on other things because we're not using a loan. It just seems a logical project to loan fund, given that it's a one-off asset with hopefully a long life.
So, you satisfied with that answer, or did you want to ask a further question in regard to that?
Look, I'm sure that's in line with current policy because we don't tend to fund transportation from loans, right? But I just wonder, next time we look at this, it might be something worth looking at with these large one-off capital projects, that do affect our funding.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Dowley. If you've got a question, otherwise I'll go to the Mayor.
Well, they're not listening, so I'm not sure. Okay, my question is,
under the old performance-based contract, was something like this part of the remediation contract, like a slip? Like I asked you the question about Rocky Cutting Road repairs in a workshop, and you weren't aware of the costs for those, but because they were simply covered as part of the contract. Is something like this a different animal in that respect?
Yeah, no, we wouldn't, under the contract, Westlink wouldn't have been expected to bear the cost of a new bridge. That would have been exempted from the lump sum.
Would there have been any costs associated under the contract?
I would need, off the top of my head, I can't answer the question. I would need to go back, refer to the contract, and then come back to you with the answer.
Are there any, okay. Right, looking for Councillor Murray Benge. Thank you. Seconded Councillor Wickers. So, no speakers, I don't find. No need to cover any more ground, so I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And it's all laid out there in the advantage, enables the permanent bridge reinstatement and the savings from the having to hire the Bailey Bridge, etc., etc. Everybody comfortable with those? Fantastic. So, Dave Hume Pool. Mr. Watson's been waiting all day for this. We're ready to go, yeah, if you've got anything to say.
Yep. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So since, I guess when we last met about this subject, Janine had the opportunity to have a meeting with the Dave Hume Pool Trust as we get a bit of an update of where Council's thinking was at, and they've come back with a few, I guess, points that they've raised from their end. So I think on page 382 of the issues and options, you'll see some comments here that we have that they've relayed to us. Basically, they're still keen to do the whole thing if they can, and $850,000 there from external funding would be available for that. But they're also, I think, had discussions with some of that trust funding and enabling getting an approval to redivert that if we just wanted to do the pooled liner and the bulkhead, which is a new option 6 that we've since added in since you last looked at this topic. So you can see the costings are all in there in that IOP, and yeah, so that's we originally landed on item 5, but I guess there's further information for elected members to consider and look at option 6. Is that an option that's palatable to council?
Okay, thank you. So questions? Councillor Joyce.
So just refresh my memory if you could, Peter. The liner is a long-term saving because we don't need to spend so much on ongoing maintenance in the pool. Is that correct?
That's correct. Basically, having the liner does away the need for about every 3 to 4 years to spend about $100,000 sanding back the old paint and treating it, sealing it, and repainting the pool. So it takes away that need. So that's, and the financial modelling was based on that not being needed going forward, but that would have changed if we didn't do the liner.
Sure. And the liner is pretty tough. It's not like someone can rip through it in any shape or form or likely to.
Yeah, the liner's industry standard. It's been used throughout the industry, and I'm not aware of it having any concerns with its materials as described.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a heads up, I'm leaning towards option 6, but I did ask a couple of questions first, because I know that Barbara and the Trust are concerned that if we hang around much longer, they'll lose the TECT and Bay Trust funding. Is that a realistic likelihood if we wait another year, they'll lose that funding?
Yes, I think my understanding, sorry, I wasn't at the meeting Janine was here, but my understanding that would be a stretch to ask for it to be held on for that long.
Yeah. And the other question is, if we were to do option 6 and do the liner and bulkhead, Could the roof be added on later, should we so desire?
Yes, yes, it could be.
It doesn't preclude it with all the works and...
It could be, yeah, it could be retrofitted. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Right, well, I'm looking for a mover then. Mayor?
Yeah, I'm going to move option 6, and I'm happy to speak to that one if I get a seconder.
So you wanted to second, councillor Henry? Sorry, is that you wanting to see? Yep, okay. So did you want to speak now then?
Yeah,
Mr.
I will speak to it. Look, doing the line and the bulkhead are critical improvements that need doing now, basically, and I don't want to lose the funding, tech funding, Beatrice funding they've got for those. And it allows, as Councillor Joyce has said, it does allow the continued and cost-efficient use of the pool. And that while a roof is definitely desirable, and I still hope we can do it at some point, we were sold that on an idea that it was quick, easy and cheap to do before a more permanent structure was available in 2040, I think it is. Unfortunately, it's turned out to be none of those things. It's not been quick, it's not been cheap, and it's not been easy. So look, rather than go with option 5 and hang around a bit another year or so and then find we lose funding and then, yeah, I think we just need to get on, make the improvements we need to. We can still consider roof options in next annual plan. So in a way, I'd like almost a mix of 5 and 6, so that you get on to the liner and bulkhead, and we can still consider the roof in the future, maybe the annual plan. So that's where I'm at. I'd like to go with 6 with consider a roof next year.
Thank you. Councillor Thwaites.
Yeah, we'll be supporting our option 6, but I think, in opposition to what the Mayor's just said, I think this has put it to bed once and for all that this district can't afford covered swimming pools in Te Puke or Katikati. And I've been here for 6 LTPs, and the amount of time we've wasted, we could have built a pool with the amount of resource we've poured into this. So I think it's time to face reality, and the fact is, yep, get on, save what we've got there, plan for a much more conservative pool in Te Puke without a roof on it, and just get on like that. But the days of covered pools are beyond our reach and beyond the means of our bulk of our ratepayers who live on restrained incomes and fixed incomes, and this is just pie in the sky stuff. We live in a favourable climate. We're not in Timaru or Oamaru or Dunedin. We're in the Western Bay of Plenty. We don't need a roof on a pool. Put it to bed.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
I actually agree with bits from both speakers so far. I mean, the Mayor's right. We need to get on with the liner. It's a long-term saving. It's an investment. You know, we've already been told by staff that the way the tenders have gone is not favourable, and we need to tie a lot more detail down before we even consider a roof. But there's also the issue of whether we can afford it. You know, it's not just the capital cost; it's also the operational cost of a year-round pool. Yeah, and I look forward to a bit more detail as discussed earlier around how come the marginal cost of operating a year-round pool in Katikati is 275k, and the marginal cost of operating an indoor pool in Te Puke is $1 million. I did have to talk to a Balclutha district council the other day. They run their indoor pool for $500,000, so maybe the truth's in the middle somewhere. But again, I don't know what costs they include and exclude from that. We're not ready to roof the pool, unfortunately. The tenders have not gone well. We need to tie down all the details around what's possible and then potentially look at it again. But I take Councillor Thwaites' point, because we were looking at not just Te Puke and not just Katikati, but also Makaroa. So it's 3 indoor pools. And if we take the Te Puke numbers, that's another $3 million a year to run them, which I would hope is not that much, but it could be based on the numbers we've been given. And to be honest, if I looked at which swimming pool needs the most work quickly, when we hear that Te Puke will be without a pool for a couple of years, no matter what we do, as we have to move off that site, then to me, if you want to prioritise what's going to be done for swimming pools in this district beyond the liner, which I agree with, we should be focused very much on making sure that Te Puke gets a new pool, at least outdoor to start with, so that so we have a pool in that community, because it's building a very nice covered pool in Katikati is wonderful. I'd love it, but actually making sure Te Puke's got a pool at all should be our priority.
Thank you for that. I think the speakers are coming out of the woodwork. You hadn't spoken, had you, Councillor Henry? No.
Yeah, well, as I indicated by seconding, I support option 6 as a option of last retreat. As we've said before, this committee is a very dedicated and hard-working community, and councillors here have been working with them for 5 years. So you can see that, you know, when they say that they are done, if it doesn't go ahead, they are done, because they've been in that role for a long time and they've led up to the point where they've found ways of being able to find initiatives that will work within the community in terms of the swim pool, which will bring money in, because they're not trying to have it funded, they're trying to fund it themselves where they can. And that's why they're saying if they can have the bulkhead, they can carry on with the Learn to Swim school, which is actually bringing in an income. But to do that, they need extended hours, which is the heating and all that sort of stuff. And in option 6, if we look at option 4, some of those things for the $1 million are things that really maintenance, like liners and pipe upgrades are not, that's a maintenance thing. It's not necessarily, I know you've got to do it with a new, what do you call it? Capital
Upgrades are not maintenance.
Yeah, so all the way through there, even those figures are inflated with maintenance things. No, not all CapEx, new bill. Would you agree with that, Peter, some of those?
Just to comment on that when you do some parts, some CapEx, it then impacts existing infiltration and other pipe work, which would be undersized or not designed for the different new flow of water, etc. So when you put a bulkhead in, all of a sudden the whole pool body isn't being done. You've got to have 2 separate areas of filtration water. So that's the implication. Yeah, that's what when we mean by upgrade to pipe works and filtrations and backwashes.
If this committee can see their way through to, enabling this committee to use the funds that they've already got, they've worked hard to get, that would be a great thing for Katikati.
Thank you for your point there. Councillor Daly.
Just quickly, I tend to agree with Don. I think, we've heard through our long-term plan process that, the community did want a nice, closed, heated pool. But the reality is maybe we do need to just realise that we just can't get there because of the pressures on all the other essential infrastructure that we have to provide. And so we do have the luxury of even the closed heated pool just up the road here in Pies Pa, potentially one in Blue Haven, and I think the Tauranga City are proposing a fancy closed aquatic centre. So maybe this is a case of there is a suitable facility in the region that's accessible to our people.
Thank you. Councillor Murray-Benge.
I was thinking, sir, we supported Baywave in days gone by financially, didn't we, Peter?
That's correct. We did a one-off $900,000 contribution back in the early 2000s.
So if we need a really big pool, you would expect that we would do it with Tauranga City. And so, sir, I agree with the sentiments expressed around the table of pools that don't have roofs. And we live in paradise, so our children don't feel quite the cold like we do as we get older. So I'm in favour of the work being done, but I'd really like to ask, if we make this decision, are we likely to have the people who are there continuing, or have they had enough? Councillor Henry, you talk about them being worn out and they've had enough.
Just remember, Councillor, we are past question time, but I will respond that we had the explanation, somewhere I heard it, that the increase in costs is partly from going from basically a mum and dad management operation to having more professional managers. I think, is that right, Mr. Watson?
That's correct. One of the things that council needs to consider in the ongoing operational cost is that At the moment, in the case of Katikati, you're dealing with a trust, which offers a discounted way of running the pool. It's not a commercial model per se of an attended environment. So there's that advantage there. And should the trusts, who have done a real good effort, as I agree with Councillor Henry, and they've been really committed, an amazing trust to work with, but they're tired and they're wanting to move on. And they're not saying it in a threatening way at all. They're just like, they need to move on, give someone else a chance and need to. So as to whether that trust carries on and what form and how long for, that's something, it's long, how long's a piece of string. But the one I think through you, Mr. Chair, is out at Te Puke example, we have a husband and wife scenario there. We've extended their contract for another year because we've moved the program out. As for after that, whatever the pool requires out there, that'd most likely be done on a contractual tendering process too. So you'd see a little jump in
Step change.
Commercial rates. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Granger.
Yes, well, option 6 certainly seems to be a good solution to the issue. But I'm unsure as, I thought the bulkhead provided a learn to swim pool. So why are we spending on the existing one as well?
Because the current pool on the new standards to do with filtration and water turnover and meeting the standards, theoretically you can do that if you only leave 10 people in that pool. In reality, that's not what happens. So whilst we're doing all this disruptive work, it'd make sense to upgrade your pool. But you're right, you increase the surface area of learn to swim, and which meets your general underlying objective of why you got into the pool space, because you're wanting to provide that opportunity for learn to swim to our communities.
Yep. Were you still wishing to speak?
It's more a point of order, actually. I just want to clarify, because I'm sorry I didn't give the full motion in one go. So my preference was option 6, as you know, but also add part of option 5, which would be pending the results of the further work, the roof project shall be referred to the annual plan 25-26 to resolve additional budget requirements if necessary. And it may be that we don't do it, and Don's highlighted that quite well, but I don't want to just kill the roof project now before we've fully understood, the blowout and whether we can do it in a different way, in a cheaper way. There's been a lot of work on this. It's gone in an unfortunate direction, but I just want to just round it out properly, and if we can do it, I'd like that still to be an option. But so, I mean, if Anne's happy to amend that.
I was going to come to that. Councillor Henry, are you comfortable? Accommodate that, and I want to refer to that in a minute when we come to the advantages and disadvantages if we get this passed. Well, they got the response already, didn't they? Thank you. Sorry, I didn't say that. Right, please. I think we've exhausted all the speakers, so I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour of option 6 as it's laid out there, with the addition of the Mayor's comment to cover off the covered option, the exploration there. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion carried. So going back to the advantages and disadvantages, I thought the advantages were fairly well set out there. And I was a bit concerned about the disadvantages. Council reputation may be negatively affected. Well, we've essentially covered that off, I think, in the Mayor's additional point. But I'm a bit nervous about that last point. It may send wrong signal about council's intentions to external funding agencies. I just wonder whether that really needs to be there. Is there a rationale that I've missed for that needing to be there? Because I don't really think it does. No. So, all right, we'll scrap that last point, please. On the disadvantages one. Okay. With that, we can move on to recreation and space, and yep, we'll let you stay there. Keep your seat warm.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is just a recommendation based on, staff resources at the moment, and we have recently had a project, one of our project managers has resigned, and so that has an impact on our program as well going forward. But these are the three sites that we are recommending: Otaiparia, Kaituna River and Omokara Domain funding, and the Kauri Point RTS development for the reasons explained in the options and OAP.
Okay, questions? No, it's just going to move option. Okay, certainly. Is that the seconding it?
No. Question, if that's all right.
Question,
Yeah.
okay, we'll hold.
No, I understand the resourcing issues, and I'm not against moving it out. It'll save costs to some extent as well. But I just wonder if someone's resigned and there's resourcing issues. I mean, moving it out sort of for 3 or 4 years seems quite excessive. And I just wonder if you can comment on the rationale for that.
Sorry, so I was going to say, my comment should be in the context that this was written prior to his resignation. So this is the position we're in anyway, because we've got quite a large work volume, and with the previous decision, that's probably still back on track as being a large work program as well. But we've just had someone resign, so that puts us back a little bit, but we'll catch that up by the end of the financial year. So it's with the person resigning, if that clarifies it.
So it's more that you wanted to push these back anyway, and
yeah,
someone resigning is an additional factor, but it's not a 4-year factor.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
And the Kauri Point one's complicated from an EV perspective, as you mentioned, with the treaty settlement stuff, and that's just lagged, so we've pushed it forward.
There are no other questions? Looking for Councillor Murray Bench had moved. Do I have a second to Councillor Henry? Don't see anyone waving their hand to speak, so all in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And advantages, disadvantage, improved, yeah. Okay, that makes sense, I think. Very good. So we're back to stormwater.
So this submission looks to shift around funding and reallocate some budgets to better align with project timelines for stormwater projects. And I'll just take any questions if there are any.
Giving people a moment to digest that, but there doesn't look to be anything coming in a hurry. So do we have a mover? Thank you, Mayor. Seconded, Councillor Sol. Nobody looks like they need to speak. So I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And some advantages. Makes sense to align things. It was the Mayor and Councillor Sol. Everybody's happy with that? All right, thank you. Turn the page. Wastewater.
Similarly, and again for wastewater, this primarily looks at the treatment plant upgrades across the district and just aligns funding better with up-to-date project plans that we have.
Thank you. Shouldn't be any questions here, I wouldn't have thought. So we have a mover and a second. Or you want to move, Grant? I'll second. All good. Okay. Don't see anybody rushing to speak, so I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And again, the advantages and disadvantages are pretty straightforward, I think. I don't see any disagreement there. So, Paul back for water. Any questions here? Seems no. I'll move the recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Murray-Benge. Nobody needs to speak. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And must have some advantages and disadvantages here somewhere. I'm getting behind. They're good? You comfortable with those? Yes.
Good.
Great. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Must be just about finished with water-related matters for the day. Cullum. Any questions, folks?
Yeah, sorry. Any questions?
Happy to move, Mr. Chairman.
We have a question over here first.
Are we able to get through the work program this year?
Yes, yes, we are.
Fantastic answer. All right, was it you, me and Mr.
I was moving. If you,
Yeah, moving. Councillor Sol seconded. No discussion, all in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And again, improved LTP alignment, da-da-da. I don't think we need to modify those at all. So, we come to my last page. So Katie, did you need to say anything before I deal with these last three recommendations?
No, I think deal with those first and then I can.
Sorry?
No, I can. I think one of the recommendations relates to how we respond to our submitters. So the option before you today is for staff to prepare an outline of the decisions made at today's meeting to be adopted alongside the 26th of September long-term plan.
Yep, okay. Getting worried there. I was confusing myself. 26th of August today that we're considering these and 26th of September that they go to council. So the first recommendation 11 there. Okay, question, Rodney.
Sorry if I'm not asking this in an appropriate place, but I can't actually work out where you're up to now because I can't see the screen there. But when will we have these available, pulled together in a funding impact statement and changes to rates requirements? Do we have to wait till 26 September or can we get it earlier than that? Because obviously there's a lot of movement in here.
They will be, through you, Mr. Chair, they will be publicly available on the 26th of September.
Mm-hmm. Can elected members get it a little bit earlier? I mean, I know you've got a bit of work to do. So
there will be opportunities to review. Yes, there will be opportunity for elected members to review them before that date.
Cool.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Yep. All right. Just getting a bit of advice there about these last three recommendations. So if we could deal with 11 and 12 together, if someone's happy to move, Councillor Granger. Well, would you like me to read them out for you?
Page 9 in the agenda.
Oh.
Page 9 in the actual agenda.
Go back to a different document then. Do need a minute to go back and find that.
That's right.
So we've found that. Has everybody got it? Comfortable with what we're talking about? Right, Councillor Granger moved. Did I get a seconder? Councillor Sol. Nothing further to say. You exhausted everything this morning. I'll put the resolutions. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And so I think that brings us to the last one for the day, which is number 13 there in front of you, which has pointed out to me we need to pick up the recommendation in regard to the seal extension at Wakamarama. So with that provision included in there, do we have someone willing to move? Councillor Granger, Councillor Murray, well, no, we'll go Councillor Cox here. We've got to have someone over here. All right. No, or did you wish to speak to it, Councillor?
Well, my only comment was about the Whakamarama seal extension things. The wording that was suggested sort of looks as though the full seal extension budget was potentially available, but clearly it's only needs a small portion of that, but I'm not sure if that is going to be an issue or not.
Katie.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I could say we could word it in a way that it's subject to the seal extension prioritisation policy to make that really clear.
Yeah. But we'll pick up, and I think it was the point that, was it, the Mayor made earlier in regard to that there already has been council support in the past for works in that area. Yeah. Alrighty, but as was pointed out, it's valuable to have the recognition acknowledged in this plan. So if there's no further speakers, I'm going to put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And that really brings us to the end of the day, there being no information for receipt. I thank you all for your participation. I better not say your spirited bidding. It was a bit too spirited this morning, but we've got through the day, so I really appreciate that. And thank you very much as I declare the meeting closed.